domnilor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies.
Welcome to the first of the Moldova Security Forum, which is organized by the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, NATO Liaison Office, and the Institute for European Policies and Reform. It's both an honor and a responsibility to be standing in front of you today, because security matters, and it begins with people. This statement encapsulates the core of our discussions today at the forum. At its heart, security is about people, their safety, dignity, and ability to thrive in a world that's full of uncertainty and challenges. Global threats demand action. And as we gather here today, the world faces a confluence of crises. We are talking about wars, hybrid threats, geopolitical tensions, the potential risk of new technology that emerges, and also the erosion of democratic norms. Moldova experiences some of these challenges, and we are facing them daily, including the war that we have just at the border, and also the frozen conflict that's on the territory of Moldova. But also the Black Sea region, which is a microcosm of the struggles, and also opportunities that define our area. Global and regional threats necessitate collaborations and partnerships. And Moldova does not stand in isolation. And I think this is an example by all of you who are here today. In a way, we are fortified by the strength of our partnerships with international allies, which are united in addressing some of our shared security challenges. Yet, with every challenge comes an opportunity, and NATO is celebrating 75 years of cooperative security. In a way, we are united by the diversity. And similarly, the European Union's commitment to stability and prosperity in the Black Sea region also underscores the importance of our region, but also the importance of collective resilience. The forum aspires to highlight some of the key challenges that we are facing, including disinformation, cyber attacks, external interference, and some of these are challenges that increasingly test our resilience as a nation. But at the heart of the debates that we are going to have for today and tomorrow rise a profound truth. And this is the fact that we need transparent democratic institutions. And these are not just aspirations, but they are the bedrock of our democracy, resilience, and also security. Today and tomorrow, we will explore the role of democratic resilience. We will explore how we can bridge the divides, how we can ensure the integrity of elections, including how we can deepen citizens' engagement and also how they can be informed. Equally, we will explore the role of women, peace and security agenda in Moldova. It's not just a principle, but it's also a justice that we have to ensure in order to achieve peace and security. Our responsibility today is to work together, to share responsibility, to be committed in a way to tackle the challenges of our generation. I think that today we will discuss, and after tomorrow, commitments. A set of commitments to protect the democracy, to work together across borders and across regions, and also diversity is our strength. In this room, we have representatives of state institutions, of international organizations, civil society organizations, mass media, academia, and also we have citizens from all of the regions of the Republic of Moldova and beyond. And each one of us bring unique insights and also expertise on security, on peace. And I know that together we can find innovative solutions, how we can face some of the complex security challenges that we are facing. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to mark the opening of the Moldova Security Forum. And also it is my honor today to introduce to you the President of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, Your Excellency Igor Grosu.
Stimată audiență,
Dear guests, dear participants, dear guests of the Republic of Moldova, good morning to Everybody, thank you for the invitation to open this first event in Chisinau. It's an important forum, specifically in the current context in the region when we have a barbaric war. Today, there are 1,000 days since the start of the aggression of the Russian Federation in Ukraine. There are 1,000 days in which Ukraine fought and fights every day heroically. They stand facing the aggressor, and I hope that Ukraine will win. The Ukrainian people deserves and has to be a winner in all these hard times since war has returned to our continent. We here in the Republic of Moldova have learned some lessons. We've learned who are our friends and who are our enemies. We've learned that we can't just sit and hide behind the wording of neutrality, as was done by our predecessors for 30 years, by disconsidering the law implementation bodies of the state. In the last few years, the Republic of Moldova was a target of the hybrid attacks. They did intensify this fall in the context of the presidential elections and of the referendum on the EU integration. The disinformation, cyber attacks, and the buying of votes for fake bomb alerts and other attempts to destabilize the democratic processes were organized to disregard our will and our path to the great EU family. The criminal groups wanted at any cost to take the power. Their target was to buy 300,000 votes. Our institutions have discovered 150,000 cases of buying votes, a miserable attack on our sovereignty. Despite all this, Moldova has resisted. Our citizens have shown an excellent mobilization for the support of the EU path. Unfortunately, the justice system didn't manage to do enough to fight the theft and the corruption of the votes. Here we'll have to draw a line to adjust things and to learn our lessons. Corruption not just undermines the trust of the citizens in the state institutions, but also creates vulnerabilities which can be exploited by external stakeholders. Moldova cannot be a safe state if justice doesn't play its role, if the corruption files are delayed and people involved in crimes aren't punished. The justice reform is vital for the national security and in order to reach the strategic objective of the EU integration. Another lesson that we have learned is that we have to modernize and develop the national army, to improve the army capacities, to make sure that our soldiers have good living conditions and working conditions at the level they deserve. Our engagement is to ensure a professional status and a social status for those serving the country with devotion. It's in the interest of all Moldovans to have a modern army and well prepared for its main mission, the protection of peace in the Republic of Moldova, of the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of our country. In this context, Moldova has proven that it can be a trustworthy partner, taking part to peacekeeping missions sending help to Greece during wildlife fires, and by contributing to the stability in the Western Balkans, by taking part to peacekeeping missions in Kosovo as well as Bosnia and Herzegovina. Dear guests, for 1,000 days, Moldova resists. It stands long, but we wouldn't manage to do that without the courage of the Ukrainians and our friends from all over the world. We are grateful for this support, but we're also determined to consolidate our role as a credible partner capable to contribute to the solution of the global challenges. I hope this forum will become an annual tradition, a place for thinking and solutions which could positively influence not just our region but also the international community. Moldova continues its path to EU integration, knowing that security, democracy and prosperity are objectives that can be reached only together. Thank you, and I'm wishing you a productive day. Thank you very much, Mr. Grosso. We hope for this event to become a tradition for the next year, so we could meet at the 50th edition of the Moldova Security Forum. Now, I'll switch to English.
It is my honor right now to introduce to you one of our co-organizers of the first edition of Moldova Security Forum, and it's Justin Suni, acting head of the NATO Liaison Office in the Republic of Moldova.
Dear President of the Parliament, Your Excellency Mr. Grosu, Minister Nosati, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you all to this inaugural edition of the Moldova Security Forum. On behalf of NATO, I would like to express our thanks and gratitude to our co-organizers, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and IPRE, whose teams have worked tirelessly for months to achieve our common vision for this event. And to our hosts, of course, the Moldovan authorities, for your wonderful hospitality and support. I will also like to thank NATO's Public Diplomacy Division and our main partners for their generous support of this forum, which you can see above the banner here behind me. This year, we mark NATO's 75th anniversary. We also commemorate 30 years of NATO-Moldova cooperation, a partnership firmly based on the protection of fundamental freedoms, human rights, safeguarding justice, peace through democracy. NATO and her allies deeply value the long-standing partnership with the Republic of Moldova. At the recent summit in Washington, allies welcome Moldova's recent efforts to continue its diplomatic reforms as the country continues on its European path. This decades-long partnership has developed with full support for Moldova's territorial integrity and full respect for Moldova's constitutional neutrality. With Moldova in the driver's seat, NATO will continue to respond to the priorities set out by our partner. And this brings us as to why we're gathered here today. We have an ambitious program over the next 2 days. As the first forum of its kind in Moldova, both in terms of scale and scope, the forum is a leading opportunity for us to connect on key security issues at stake in Moldova, the region, as well as the globe. To achieve this, the Moldova Security Forum, with the help of our tremendous partners, has gathered speakers and experts from across the continent and beyond. Joining us are voices from government, academia, industry, military, and civil society, those who are on the front lines in dealing with the security issues of today, as well as the challenges we face tomorrow. We're particularly pleased by the robust presence of Moldova's civil society organizations in this event, both as co-organizers as well as participants. Their contribution to this forum will not only inspire a more vibrant debate, it will also help shape the regional security discourse. Whether you're joining us in person here in the room or tuning in online through our live stream, I expect we will engage in some fascinating discussions in the coming days. Once again, I bid you a warm welcome to this first edition of the Moldova Security Forum. And allow me to be presumptuous, we look forward to seeing you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin. I would like right now to welcome His Excellency Yanis Mazeiks, the Ambassador of the European Union in the Republic of Moldova.
Dear Mr. Speaker, Ministers, Excellencies, dear participants, it is a great pleasure to be here with you at the Moldova Security Forum. I would like to thank the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the NATO liaison officer in Moldova, and all the partners who have made this important event possible. But above all, I would like to thank someone special, and that is the Ukrainian people. Because what enables us to have this discussion about security of the region, about security of Moldova, is the heroic resistance of Ukrainian people for 1,000 days, despite all the destruction, despite all the killing, despite the war crimes. We have witnessed the heroism of the Moldovan people, but more importantly, the Ukrainian people on the battlefields, resisting, innovating, and also showing that Ukraine's security is the region's security, it's Europe's security. The war in Ukraine shows that imperialistic ambitions are on the rise and that there are also new threats to democracy. These are times when it is essential to believe in someone, to have the certainty that you can trust a friend, a partner, and a devoted ally. In these uncertain times, the significance of our security partnership for Moldova and for Ukraine has never been so clear and multi-layered. Together, we have taken key decisions to address complex security challenges, from strengthening traditional defense needs to providing support against newer hybrid threats, including Russian disinformation, cyber attacks, and energy blackmail. And I think it is also the testament that there is not one single security, because security consists of many components. And if you work on some, it makes you stronger in all. If Moldova gets less corrupt judiciary, your security is stepped up. If you get better energy interconnections with the European Union, your security gets stepped up. If you manage to set up a new structure for advancing strategic communication, your security gets stepped up. But coming to hard security, from 2021 to 2024, the European Peace Facility's support to the Moldovan Armed Forces has reached 137 million euros, making Moldova the second largest recipient of bilateral support under this instrument. And this is what we intend to continue. The EU partnership mission has joined forces with Moldovan authorities to face foreign interference, including an unprecedented attempt to undermine the electoral process during the recent presidential elections and EU referendum. The signature of the Security and Defense Partnership in May has taken our cooperation to a qualitatively new strategic level. The European Union and Moldova have clearly demonstrated that partnerships matter. Our Union's fundamental commitment remains to ensure peace in Europe. But Europe, to be truly safe and secure, must look at the East, especially at our partners in the Black Sea region. Our priorities should be Chișinău's and Kyiv's priorities. Their needs should be our needs, and their concerns should be our concerns. Because there is no safe and secure Europe without a democratic, stable, and resilient Moldova. Moldova's resilience is Europe's resilience. And for this reason, we strongly believe that a European Moldova is a safe Moldova. We will continue to support Moldova's aspirations for a secure, prosperous, and democratic future, a future within our Union. I'm honored to be with you today. I'm looking forward to fruitful discussions of this new and hopefully permanent forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Right now it is my honor to introduce to you Brigitta Tribel, who is the director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in the Republic of Moldova. Please.
Bună dimineața. Good morning. Dragă domnule, președinte al Parlamentului.
Mr. Chair of the Parliament, Igor Grosso.
Dear Excellencies, dear distinguished experts, dear guests, and dear partners. It's an honor for me to welcome you here to our first edition of the Moldova Security Forum. Bine ați venit. This year, the Federal Republic of Germany celebrates 75 years of existence. Founded in 1949 as a democratic state in a divided country, a socialist dictatorship was already being established in the eastern part of Germany. 75 years later, we Germans are celebrating the anniversary as a democratic state in Europe and as a reunified country. This fortunate development would not have been possible without security, mainly surrounded by friends, integrated into diverse partnerships, being a member of EU and NATO. Democracy and freedom need security. The recent election and the illegitimated external influence on the elections here in the Republic of Moldova have once again made that very clear to us. We only need to look at the situation in Ukraine to see how essential the connection between freedom and security is for us as Europeans. And this is the reason why we, as a foundation founded to promoting democracy, first of all in Germany and abroad, have focused on the issue of security here in the Republic of Moldova. With our projects, whether connected to the national security strategy or as a co-organizer of this conference, we support a democratic and self-determined Republic of Moldova, integrated into the European Union. Democracy and freedom need security. Security in a broad sense, hard security and defense capability, also social resilience against authoritarian development, disinformation and propaganda. And also we need sustainable responses to risks such as climate change and social inequality. And this is the reason why we co-organized this conference and all these different panels. A big thank you to you as participants and experts, as speakers, for sharing our willingness to discuss security challenges here in Chisinau, in Moldova. And also I would like to thank again very much our partners from the NATO office here in Chisinau and from Ypres, our long-standing partner with whom we organized this conference. And of course, all our partners, there are so many partners who helped us to make this conference possible. A very big thank you. I wish us all not only helpful insights in the next 2 days, but also the motivation to fight for freedom and security in Moldova, in Ukraine, and in Europe. Mulțumesc frumos.
Thank you very much, dear Brigitta. Indeed, I think the organization of the Moldova Security Forum, it's a testament also the way that Moldova is, because it was possible to organize this event together with our partners, who you can see on the screen. And this is also how we ensure our security, democracy, and peace here in Moldova via our cooperation and partnerships with long-standing member states of the EU, of NATO, and other countries and organizations. But right now it is my honor to introduce to you Iulian Groza, who is director of IPRE in Moldova, who is also the co-organizer of Moldova Security Forum, and who is going to be the host of the event today and tomorrow.
Stimate domnule președinte al Parlamentului,
Distinguished Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister Nosati,
ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to welcome you to the first edition of Moldova Security Forum, an essential platform for dialogue and cooperation on matters of regional and global security. We come together at a time of immense challenges. Just 2 days ago, on November 17th, Russia carried out its most devastating airstrike on Ukraine in months, targeting critical infrastructure and deepening humanitarian crisis as winter sets in. This assault is part of nearly 1,000 days. Today, we have 1,000 days of unrelenting aggression, which underscores the urgency of standing united to support Ukraine and strengthen the resilience of countries in the region. For Moldova, security remains a critical priority. Although not under immediate military threat, our country is facing unprecedented hybrid attacks aimed at destabilizing societies, undermining our democratic institutions, and attempting to derail our European integration path. Moldova's 2023 national security strategy identifies Russia as the primary source of these hybrid threats, including disinformation campaigns, political manipulation, and propaganda. This has been particularly visible during the recent EU referendum and presidential elections, where public opinion was targeted to erode the trust and benefits to our democratic institutions and European integration. Despite these challenges, Moldova have shown remarkable resilience. Recent public opinion polls reveal that neutrality continues to be a cornerstone of our national security preferences as citizens. However, there is a growing recognition that neutrality alone is not sufficient to face the emerging threats. Notably, there is an increasing support for EU accession as more citizens see it as a pathway to geopolitical stability and safeguard against aggression in the region. However, investments in modern defense capabilities and strong institutions are necessary to ensure Moldova's security and stability. The Forum provides a unique opportunity to address these challenges head-on. Over the next 2 days, over 70 speakers and moderators and over 300 participants will discuss NATO's evolving partnerships, the EU role as a security actor, and the multidimensional nature of hybrid threats. These discussions will help us to identify solutions, enhance Moldova's security resilience, and the alignment of the European community to stand behind Ukraine and Moldova. At IPRE, we remain dedicated to supporting Moldova's aspirations to membership, strengthening democratic institutions, and ensuring societal resilience against external threats. I'd like to express my gratitude to all our partners and friends for their invaluable cooperation for making this forum happening. Let us use this forum as an opportunity to reaffirm our solidarity with Ukraine, chart our clear course for Moldova's security and resilience, and contribute to a stable and prosperous future of our region. Thank you all, and I wish all of us a productive and insightful forum. Thank you. Dear friends, now as we do our technical arrangements for the next panel, I will get you through the program. So today we have three very interesting panels. We will start first with the panel on NATO, then we'll look into the EU security role in the region, and then we'll talk about Black Sea security. Tomorrow we will start our discussion with an ambassadorial panel to discuss the security challenges in the region. And then we will dive into multiple parallel sessions. Some of them will be live streamed, some of them will be Chatham House. But all of them will provide us an opportunity to go deeper into debates, into discussions, and we'll finalize our forum with another concluding remarks at the end of the day. But before going to introduce the next panel moderator, I just want to make some few logistical announcements. Throughout the forum, we will use Slido as a tool to interact with our panelists. Our colleagues will show the QR code on the screen so that they can access it very soon. If we can get, yeah, this is the QR code, so please use your phones to scan it and access the Slido, where you are kindly invited to address your questions. Our moderators will pick the questions on the screen, and that will provide us, I think, a great opportunity for exchange. However, we'll have two of our colleagues, great friends and volunteers in the room. We have two mics here. So if you'd like to make a comment, you'll be very kindly to introduce yourself and make your comment or address a live question to the panelists, but please be as concise as possible. And please target your questions directly to the panel of discussion. So with all that, I think we almost are set, and that is providing to me a great opportunity and honor to introduce our next moderator and partner to this forum, Robert Lupitsu, who is the chief editor of Calea Europeană, a very renowned resource of information not only on NATO, but EU security and in the region. And we are very happy to have you, Robert, and Calea Europeană as partners of our forum. Robert, please.
Bună dimineața, good morning. Mulțumesc.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me here.
Pro, the main EU and transatlantic affairs media outlet in Romania, to be a media partner for the first edition of the Moldova Security Forum, and hopefully for the 50 many editions or more. I remember that 4 months ago I was at the biggest democratic birthday party in Washington when NATO celebrated 75 years of anniversary. Now we have 300 persons gathering here in Moldova to celebrate 30 years since Moldova has pioneered its relationship with NATO as the first country to sign the Partnership for Peace with NATO. And while we mark the 1,000th day of Russia's illegal aggression against Ukraine, we also mark the 1,000th day of resilience of the Republic of Moldova. So I congratulate you for that, and a big round of applause for you. In today's panel, we will focus on NATO at 75, evolving partnerships for peace and security. We will reflect on NATO's 75 years journey as the most successful and powerful alliance in history, and we will discuss about one of the main pillars of NATO cooperative security with our distinguished speakers. And it is my pleasure for me now to introduce them and invite them on stage. Mr. Jean-Charles Ellerman-Kincombe, NATO Assistant Secretary General for Innovation, Hybrid and Cyber. Please, you have... Mr. Kincombe is NATO's Assistant Secretary General for Innovation, Hybrid and Cyber. He advises the Secretary General on maintaining NATO's technological edge, cyber defense, and addressing hybrid threats. His role focuses on ensuring the alliance adapts to emerging security challenges. We have also together with us today the Minister of Defense of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Anatol Nosati. Please, Mr. Nosati. In the middle, please. Mr. Nosati has been the Minister of Defense of Moldova since 2021, a retired Army colonel. He has served in the military since 1994. He holds a master's degree in national security strategy from Washington, D.C., and his career includes leadership roles in Moldova's military and international service. Also, we have together with us today, and it's my pleasure to welcome her, Mr. Oana Lungescu, Distinguished Fellow at Royal United Service Institute, and a former spokesperson of NATO. Please, in the middle, Oana. Oana is the longest serving spokesperson of NATO for almost 30 years and the first woman to hold the job, and it's a particular pleasure today to moderate her after asking so many questions at the NATO ministerial and summits. Last but not least, we have together with us Mr. Anatol Țăranu, domnul Anatol Țăranu, istoric, om de știință și de științe politice. El este cercetător științific la
a historian with the Institute of History of the State University in the Republic of Moldova and a scientific coordinator with the Agency for Military Science. And also, Mr. Țăranu has been an MP in the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, an ambassador of the Republic of Moldova to Russia, and also an advisor for the Transnistrian conflict resolution.
So, as I mentioned to you, we will discuss today about NATO's evolvement as an organization, its adaptation for 75 years, being the backbone of collective security in Europe. I saw yesterday when I arrived to Chisinau one motto that struck me, and I think it's very, very important, of one of the organizers, the fact that, well, in order to have freedom, we need to have security, and freedom needs security. So under these topics, we will navigate in the next 1 hour and a half. At the beginning, we will have introductory remarks from the speakers, and then we will engage with the audience, and we will have a dialogue also in between the speakers and with the audience. And first, I would like to ask NATO's Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Ellerman Kinkombe, the first question. Given NATO's increased focus on hybrid threats and cyber defense, how does the alliance intend to maintain strong, trust-based partnerships with nations like Moldova that are navigating complex security challenges on NATO's periphery?
Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here, and congratulations on setting up this event that I hope will be well established on the annual Security Forum calendar. As has already been mentioned a couple of times this morning, we are celebrating the 30 years of an important partnership. And I think over those 30 years, some things have not changed. First of all, NATO's respect for the choices, full respect for the choices and the constitutional neutrality of this country. We have demonstrated that we can work closely together in full respect of your political independence. It has also, I think, been an enduring feature over those 30 years that Moldova has been on the front line of hybrid attacks. And you could say that in many ways, unfortunately, you have been the testing ground for the Russian hybrid activity, where they have tested the full toolbox available to them, and that in itself obviously has vastly challenged your society. What is new is really two things. First of all, with the Russian aggression in Ukraine, we've seen that the threat environment has gotten dramatically worse. the war has huge implications beyond also Ukraine, obviously, and we have seen as a manifestation of this escalation an increased recklessness in the behavior of Russia, also in their hybrid affair. Second of all, we have seen also that Russia is stepping up the hybrid activity against all of us, and therefore this is also something that we are following with great concern also within NATO. Our support also to your country has focused on countering disinformation, defending against cyber attacks, defense capacity building, and it's clear that we stand ready to do more, and I think in doing so, this will really follow the same principles that has been governing our support so far. So that is respect for your political independence and sovereign choices, support only on request, and then also, and I think this is very much in the essence of a partnership. This is not a one-way street. As we are developing our hybrid defense, we are also very depending on learning from your hard-earned experiences. So we are very much also hoping, moving forward, that we can continue to have a dialogue and learn from you, and hopefully in this way strengthen both your resilience and our own. So with these words, thank you again for seeing me.
Thank you. Thank you for accepting the invitation and for your response, Mr. Elman Kinkombe. Indeed, NATO is an alliance that respects the foreign policy, the sovereignty, and the territorial integrity and independence of each country, whether it's an ally and a partner. And NATO is an alliance that fully respects Moldova's constitutional neutrality while supports the country's path for democratic reform. I covered NATO for many, many years, and I remember my first NATO summit in Warsaw in 2016. It was the first NATO summit where a representative from the Republic of Moldova, the defense minister back then, was invited at the summit, and also NATO addressed its support for Moldova, which now also goes in the packages of cyber resilience and also civil preparedness. Mergem mai departe către domnul ministru Anatol.
We move on to Mr. Nosati, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Moldova, and for starters, Minister, I would like to ask you the following. Moldova is clearly going through a very complex democratic circumstance regionally. So how do you regard the role of the alliance or the role of cooperation between Moldova and NATO? How can NATO support us in increasing our resilience?
Thank you very much for the question. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests.
The message is translated, corrected. So, very complex question and very important at this period of time when we speak about neutrality of Republic of Moldova and cooperation of NATO. We speak here about 30 years of the cooperation of NATO, and I look back to my biography and remember as a young officer that returned back to Republic of Moldova, and I started my service, and all those 30 years of my activities was related of cooperation of NATO. That allowed me to grow up professionally, to learn, to train, to be a good soldier and a good leader in my country. So this is a truly example of our partnership. But to be more serious, I'll divide the question in two parts. So first part is about our constitutional neutrality and interpretation and manipulation on this very important subject. So as Constitutional Court in 2017 came with more explanation and elaboration of provision of neutrality, the Constitutional Court came with explanation on the situation and requirements of the defense structure to develop its capability in order to defend the country, sovereignty and integrity of the nation. And this definitely cannot be done alone, so that's why the cooperation and partnership, it is a key instrument that armed forces should use in order to build up its capacity. As it was interpreted at this time, modern neutrality, so it means a new approach. So this allowed us, through the time, to enhance our cooperation of NATO. And we're proud that everything what we done through this time was based on the full respect of our national legislation and our constitutional provision. Here, I mentioned about the interpretation and manipulation of this subject. And at this time, only one nation in the world who violates our neutrality, it's Russian Federation, because of their illegal station of the armed forces on our territory. In rest, all our cooperation is based on the mutual respect and the partnership. Two critical keys of the neutrality. It is absence of the permanent presence of the foreign troops on the national territory, and second, direct involvement in the military operation and hostilities. So we, as a government, fully respect this provision and are focused on the building up our resilience and our defense capacity. During this period of time, I could name numbers of the initiatives that came in support for the Republic of Moldova through different programs. And here I would like to stress that all those initiatives, all those projects, programs came based on our request. Nothing was imposed by the NATO. And here is another point to mention, that support comes only after we have been able to explain the need of support and anonymous decision that is taken in a NATO headquarters. So once again, this highlights the principles of democracy, the mutual respect and friendship and support. In terms of the transformation of our armed forces, the new national security strategy clearly outlined the threats and the risks related to national security, and the importance of the developing of our national defense capacity, as it was mentioned today by the Speaker of the Parliament. So in the last year, due to the changes in the geopolitics and the unjustified war that Russian Federation started in Ukraine, and I would like to mention here that not in 2022, but a long time ago in 2014, with illegal annexation of Crimea and the beginning of hostility in the eastern part of Ukraine. The Moldovan government started to pay more attention for the development of defense and security forces. We've seen this in policy documents. In the same time, a new approach of our cooperation with our strategic partners like European Union and NATO, as well as a bilateral cooperation with our strategic nations that are our supporters in this critical period of time. During the last period of time at the Madrid summit, we've been able to increase our cooperation with NATO and bring it to the enhanced defense capacity building initiative. This allowed us to elevate our cooperation from 6, let's say, historical projects up to 11 that are currently addressing all security forces, not only defense, that allowed us to build up our resilience in all areas, including cyber defense, disinformation, strategic communication, This allowed us to train, learn, and become better prepared in order to implement interoperability standards that allowed us to efficiently operate in the peacetime and in exercises, and as well in the international mission in order to maintain peace and security. In this time, we've been able to maintain peaceful environment here in Moldova. Although all challenges that was artificially created by the Russian Federation in order to divide the society, in order to bring a fear of the war and to underdetermine the importance of the government. We've been able to maintain the unity and to promote our strategical objectives for the better future of the citizens of our country. So I would like to congratulate the organizers of this outstanding event that will allow us to have outstanding platform to discuss very important questions related to the peace and security, not only in Moldova, but in the region at all. Thank you.
Mulțumim, domnule ministru. Thank you. Institutional neutrality doesn't mean isolation, and we've seen the Republic of Moldova having enhanced relations with European Union members like France, like Germany in terms of security. Also, the Republic of Moldova has been the first country to sign a security agreement with the European Union. So indeed, as I've mentioned, it doesn't mean to be isolated. And the Republic of Moldova has friends. We can see it here today in the hall and with this meeting. Now it is my pleasure to move on to Oana Lungescu, a distinguished fellow of Royal United Service Institute and NATO's longest-serving spokesperson since 2010 till 2023, not 33. She has seen a lot of transformations and adaptations of NATO. So, Mrs. Lungescu, my first question to you will be, as an alliance that has the strength of adaptation in its bones since the foundation of it, what are the main areas you consider NATO should evolve, having in mind the main wording that nowadays it's in everyone's lips and minds, and that should be the second Trump administration, please.
Bună dimineața tuturor, mă bucur să...
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be back to Chisinau and the Moldova. Yes.
The elephant in the room, in a way. I think we're headed for a period of certain unpredictability and disruption. I think we need to be honest about that. We also need to be honest about the fact that there is a lot of nervousness and some concern out there. However, there's also, I think, there's calm and planning, and what's the most important thing is action. Looking back at the first Trump administration, the reality is that even though it was a complicated period, NATO emerged stronger at the end of the first Trump administration and continued to get stronger. So NATO is now bigger and stronger with two new and very capable members, Finland and Sweden, also providing strategic depth for the defense of the North and the High North and the whole of Europe. NATO also has the majority of allies spending at least 2% of GDP on defense, and some of them more. There are, for the first time since the Cold War, and the first time in European history, there are thousands of combat-ready troops on the eastern flank of NATO, from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, and a continued strengthening of NATO's readiness and capabilities. And there's also a deepening of partnerships from the partnership with Moldova, but also as far away as countries in the Indo-Pacific, whose security also matters to us. And last but definitely not least, NATO is playing a key role in supporting Ukraine. So looking forward, I think that all of this is good, but we need to do more and we need to be much faster. And I would point out 4 areas in particular, and I will start with one that's always unpopular, but is absolutely fundamental, and it's money. So I'm going to talk about money, Ukraine, resilience, and China as priorities for NATO going forward. And in terms of money, I think 2% is good, but it's not enough. And I would strongly urge NATO allies to consider setting at least 3% of GDP of defense as the target sooner rather than later. And some of them, like Poland, of course, are or have already gone way beyond to over 4%. I think that's important not just to please the US president, whoever that is. It's going to be Donald Trump for the next 4 years, and we know how important that is to him. But it's really important for our own security. It's important to implement NATO's new defense plans, which are very detailed and will take a lot of capabilities to get there. It's also important to make sure that we can adopt edge technology that we need and that we see being implemented in neighboring Ukraine as we speak, and that we should be much faster in catching up in this technological race. So I would say 3% of GDP on defense should be the minimum sooner rather than later. Ukraine, of course, it's important that we continue supporting Ukraine, and NATO is playing a key role. But I would say let's not just wait for the Trump administration to be inaugurated. Let's do as much as we can now, today. And I really welcome the decision by the US administration on the use of ATACMS, and hopefully European countries will follow suit and continue contributing to Ukraine's defense in depth. When it comes to Ukraine, we also need to strengthen to further strengthen its capacities, to continue training its forces as NATO and NATO allies and EU member states are doing. Resilience, of course, refers to Ukraine. It also refers to Moldova. And there, I think events such as this are important in themselves, and they show this big tent gathering supporting various strands of resilience. And the Assistant Secretary General has mentioned all the things that NATO is doing, and I think we've seen the importance of cyber defense, not least in protecting the integrity of the recent elections and the referendum on the EU. I think this will be absolutely key looking forward to the parliamentary elections here in Moldova. And there is no doubt much more that NATO, the EU, and allies and member states can do to support Moldova, but also other countries, for instance, in the Western Balkans, in building up their resilience, which is the new front line in this hybrid war that we see all over Europe. This is not just about partner countries, it's also about allies and EU member states. So the more we can strengthen our resilience, the less likely we are to have to deal with an armed attack. Last but not least, China, and that also ties with all the other points I've made before, because we know that the focus of the next US administration will be China, just as I think it's been the focus of US administrations for a while now. And what's changed in the world, as we all know, is that we have now a growing alignment of autocratic regimes supporting Russia in its illegal war in Ukraine. So we have this alignment between Russia, China, North Korea, Iran. We see how this alliance and alignment is killing people in Ukraine every day, but we also see how this is an alignment that aims to change the rules of the game, to change the international rules-based order. So I think it becomes even more important for the EU and NATO to work even more closely together with the new US administration to tackle these issues and to make the point, also in Washington, that a peace deal in Ukraine on Putin's terms is something that is being watched very closely in Beijing, as it is being watched very closely in Pyongyang and in Tehran. And it's important that we send a message of collective strength, not of collective weakness, because weakness will not lead to peace, it will lead to more war, because it will embolden aggression across the world.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the key words and also insights of what NATO should do in the future. NATO has been called obsolete and it has proven otherwise. NATO has been called brain dead and it's alive and kicking and very, very strong. And NATO will show probably once again how it will adapt in the changing of the security environment that we all experience. Mulțumesc foarte mult. Vom încheia.
Thank you very much. We'll close the starting remarks with an important presentation, Mr. Anatol Tsarano. And I'd like to ask him, since he has a broad experience in the area of external policies of the Republic of Moldova and everything that happened in Moldova from independence. I'd like to ask you, taking into consideration the war of Russia and Ukraine, we are on 1,000th day already. How do you see the security perspectives of the Republic of Moldova?
Thank you. From the very beginning, I would like to start by congratulating the organizers of this forum. This could turn into an event of major significance when it comes to the debate regarding this security in the Republic of Moldova in its relation with NATO. It is important that this forum benefits of continuity. The organizers have promised us a reiteration of this event in the future, and this is of utmost importance. Now, several years ago, I've visited Brussels, NATO headquarters, and during the coffee break, I walked on the corridors of the building and I encountered a group of Russian officers that were walking along the corridors of this building. They were speaking in loud voice and were using slang, by the way. I was surprised by this, but then I thought that this means a relaxation of international relations. Now, I think that today this picture would be impossible to see in the headquarters of NATO. To what extent is Moldova relatively secure or safe? Well, the Ukrainian army is resisting and is keeping the Russian army at a certain distance from the Republic of Moldova. Nonetheless, it has been spoken about a possible invasion of the Russian Federation into the Republic of Moldova. Therefore, Moldova is basically targeted by the strategists from Kremlin. So, what would stop Russia from attacking Moldova if they already attacked Ukraine? Kremlin, the Putin administration, constantly speaks of the Russian world, and the Russian world, in their imagination, is a Kremlin-influenced area that is controlled only by them, and no one has the right to interfere in it. And in their opinion, in the Kremlin imagination, the Russian world is the former territory of the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, Moldova was part of the Soviet Union. Therefore, this territory, of course, is reivindicated by the Russian Federation. We will talk about the main threats against the Republic of Moldova during this event, but most certainly we are in the danger area when it comes to the Russian Federation. For the time being, we are protected by the heroic Ukrainian people, but there is another danger, another threat, and I believe that our society does not quite grasp this threat, neither do our external partners. And this threat comes from inside of the Moldovan society. This threat is basically a erroneous perception regarding NATO. The perception that dominates in Moldovan society is that NATO is a war organization. And this perception is even a bigger threat than the threat of a possible Russian invasion, because this threat is making us vulnerable from inside. NATO is a guaranteed security solution for us, and this perception regarding NATO from inside of our Moldovan society is basically eroding this possibility of security that we have. The security strategy that was recently passed in the Republic of Moldova sets out the Russian Federation as an existential threat to our country. But this security strategy does not elaborate on the most efficient solution that could guarantee us security against this threat. The strategy mentions that integrating into the EU would guarantee us security. Well, EU accession would increase the resilience of the Republic of Moldova, but it is no absolute guarantee of safety and security for our country. Only joining NATO could place us under a guarantee umbrella of security that would help us avoid the threat coming from Kremlin. I would like to reiterate the issue of the collective perception of the Moldovan society regarding NATO, because it hinders our advancement towards guaranteed security. And I would like to see this forum address this issue, perhaps even come up with solutions in order to overcome this issue, because this issue is a severe threat to our security, and we need to overcome it in order to guarantee absolute security for our country. Thank you, Mr. Țăranu, political science specialist, and I would like to remind you about the final declarations of the NATO summit that addressed its relations with its partners, and fair play in international relations is calling a spade a spade. NATO always reiterates that it respects the constitutional neutrality of countries, and the alliance always responds to the demands of countries, be they allies or partners. I would like to remind you of the words Maia Sandu mentioned in spring in München. The Republic of Moldova needs to be a part of the European security architecture, especially after the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And this calls for identifying solutions. As Ms. Lungescu mentioned, NATO support for Moldova is of utmost importance, and indeed Moldova needs to increase its resilience and defense capability. As Mr. Ellerman Kinkombe mentioned, nations that are on NATO outskirts need to increase their resilience.
And I would like to give the floor to the audience, but also to the Slido questions, and I will ask our fellow colleagues from the organizing team to project the Slido here on the screens in order to be easy to ask questions. I have to say that for the audience, if you want to have a comment or a question, 30 seconds per 1 minute and 2 minutes per speaker for their answers in order to have a very vivid and very fruitful exchange on that. We have questions or comments from the room? Yes, we have a question over there. Please help me with the microphone. Please introduce yourself. Where are you from and whom do you address the question? Thank you.
Thank you for the possibility. My name is Mariana Prasizhnuk. I'm a political analyst from Ukraine Democratic Initiative Foundations and Ukrainian journalist. And my question for our esteemed experts, I would like to know your opinion regarding recent Mr. Zelensky initiative to replace after victory or after war will close, Ukrainian troops to replace some European NATO troops. So what do you think? Could it be some important element of new European security infrastructure or some new NATO approaches to maintain security in the region? Maybe Moldovan Minister of Defense has some thoughts in this regard. Thank you very much.
To whom do you address the question?
For all of you, if it's possible.
Okay, let's try 1 minute each, maybe. Who wants to go first? Mr. Lungescu, please.
I would say I haven't seen that as a formal official proposal, and I think, frankly, the focus right now is to make sure that Ukraine wins. So Ukraine needs all its troops and all the support from its friends to win against this illegal invasion and to remain a free and sovereign country. So I think this is where the support of NATO comes in. I think we've seen the strength, the bravery, the professionalism of Ukrainian troops for their self-defense, and I think that is and remains the focus right now.
Okay, Mr. Edelman-Kinkombe, please.
Yeah, adding to this, I think very much agreeing with Oana. What we're seeing right now, and the focus is, we've seen again over the weekend, that the Russians over the last few months have conducted a deliberate campaign to downgrade the energy system of Ukraine. I think it's extremely important that we do what we can to enable Ukraine to defend themselves, but also to protect their energy system. This will necessitate more air defense, and I think this is a point that we are impressing very strongly on allies to deliver on the promises that we made to Ukraine and make sure that they get those air defenses so that they can protect their population and get through a cold winter. I think that this must be the ambition here now, and then obviously. What we're all looking for Ukraine is a lasting and just peace that provide them with the guarantees for their future, so that they can actually develop a society to the benefit of their citizens, a true security. But here and now, we must put them in a situation where they can actually defend themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. You want to add, please?
It's not easy to elaborate on the immediate actions right now, but definitely Republic of Moldova will be a part of international community in order to support Ukraine in after war reconstruction and to deal with the outcome of the war. So as it was pledged earlier, definitely will support of all means that we have, for example, in the mining operation, another sort of the humanitarian assistance.
Ok. Domnule Țăranu, doriți să adăugați, vă rog?
Well, I missed this initiative of Mr. Zelensky, but one thing I can say, when the war ends, the security architecture in this area will look completely different from how it looks at the moment. So when we get closer to the European architecture after the war, I hope that the Republic of Moldova will have the possibility to participate in it, and I hope that Moldova overcomes these hindrances that are set out by the neutrality status that basically is only on paper at the moment. So this neutrality status is basically a hinder in the path of increasing Moldova's resilience.
And we have a question from Mr. Michael Forlander at CDU-CSU fraction in the German Bundestag. And he asks, how can the cooperation between NATO and the European Union be structurally improved or deepened, also in the view of the incoming first EU Commissioner for Defense, and what impact can be expected from a reinforced or enhanced EU-NATO cooperation for Moldova? And I think I will ask first Mr. Minister Nosati to give his takes on this.
Așa cum am remarcat în discursul meu,
mentioned in my speech, we are now advancedly cooperating with NATO as well as with the EU, and we will do our best in order to improve on this cooperation further on. We will identify new forms of cooperation and undertake new projects that will enable us to transform our defense architecture. There will be changes at the EU level, and we are very interested to see what new strategy will be addressed, what priorities will be set out, and how we as a candidate country can benefit from these changes. The impact will be positive, I'm sure, as we feel that the EU and NATO are trustworthy partners to the Republic of Moldova and support us in our path towards democratic reforms. Most definitely there will be an important change in the interest of the Republic of Moldova and its citizens. Thank you very much. Mr. Kinkombe, you have the floor.
Well, I think it's important to send the political signal that we want to strengthen that relation. Mr. Rutte and Mrs. van der Leyen, they have met already. One of the first things that Mr. Rutte did, and the clear message to both institutions is we need to continue to strengthen that partnership. So that's number one. Then, and also coming back to something Oana said earlier, I think one of the big challenges that we're facing now, and one of the lessons we are learning from the Ukraine war is that we have some more work to do in terms of our own core business, that is defense and deterrence. Our military industry, our stocks have been exposed. Some of them are running out. We have the war has exposed that our production lines are not able to match the demand at sufficient speed. So there is a lot of work to be done. We are currently developing new capability requirements. Air defense is certainly an area where we need to do more. So there's a role for NATO in setting out those requirements. There's also a role for NATO in setting out the standards. But then that equipment needs to be produced somewhere, and we need to provide the necessary framework conditions to develop that production. And I think that very much is something where the EU has a role. So I think there is a very clear division of labor between the two, but they need to work together closely. One other area which I think is also of great relevance for Moldova is the whole hybrid domain. I think we are seeing, as I said earlier, it's not only Moldova who has been increasingly targeted, so are we in the alliance, and as a result we will be developing ahead of next year's summit in The Hague a new strategy for hybrid. But it's obvious that when you look at what you can do in hybrid, much of the toolbox that we have at our disposal is in the hands of the EU. So if we want to develop a meaningful new strategy, we need to do that very closely in contact with the EU. So I think for many of the things that we want to achieve, we basically need to work very closely together, and I think that is also already the signal that has been sent from our leaders. So we are keen to do this as soon as the new commission is fully appointed and ready to take its honest new role.
Thank you. Mrs. Lungescu, please.
Yeah, I fully agree that there is a new dynamic, I think, in the relationship between NATO and the EU, which has already reached unprecedented levels, but clearly there's much more to be done in a more dangerous world. We really need to work much more closely together. And I think boosting the defense industrial base, both the European and the transatlantic one, because we are interconnected, should absolutely be the focus of this cooperation, because it benefits everybody. It enables us to continue supporting Ukraine, but also to replenish our own stocks and to be at the cutting edge of technology. I think we're still quite slow, we're still quite bureaucratic. There are still a lot of vested national interests in military procurement for all the good reasons that we understand, but I think it's really urgent that we realize that this is a critical year. And if we don't make that breakthrough in the coming months, we risk losing perhaps much more than we can imagine. The other thing, obviously, resilience is a very clear point of cooperation, and I think the fact that in this conference, we have both representatives from the EU, the EU ambassador, and the NATO liaison office, as well as some very important representatives of civil society, sends a very strong signal. But I think Moldova's EU accession process in itself is something that NATO allies strongly support because it will make Moldova stronger. So maintaining the momentum for this process, I think, is a contribution to security, to your security, and to the security of Europe as a whole.
Thank you very much. Let's not forget that in each NATO declaration since 2022, it is mentioned that NATO fully supports Moldova's EU accession and European aspiration, as you mentioned. Doriți să interveniți, domnul Țăranu?
Da. Deci relația NATO și cu Uniunea Europeană.
Relationship between NATO and the EU. An opinion from Chisinau. I think that the war from Ukraine, and everyone thinks so, the war from Ukraine has dramatically changed the perception of this relationship between the EU and NATO. EU is at the stage of searching for a new formula to build this relationship, and it is obvious that this new construction will depend on the new Trump administration in Washington. Let's wait for it, and we shall see how the actions in Washington will influence on the Europeans' perceptions on the area of military activities.
Please.
Hi, and thank you for great points in the discussion. My name is Dimitra. I'm a Ukrainian tech entrepreneur from Kosovo, focused on countering disinformation. And my question is the following. So we're talking about threat landscape, which is evolving, and it coincided that polarization and wars, they coincided with the technological breakthrough, right, and the introducing of the AI all over the place on all the battlegrounds. So I wonder what's your view of AI both as a threat and also as a tool to defend us better?
I think this question is for the Assistant Secretary General for Cyber and Hybrid, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, first of all, it's obvious that cyber or hybrid are not constants. They're evolving. The threat landscapes is innovative, introduces new means of making harm. But in the defensive toolbox, there are also new means, and I think AI is a very good example. We're using it already now to detect misinformation campaigns, as one example. But with AI, with quantum secure networks, there's a lot of innovation going on that can help us protect ourselves. We have very vibrant, innovative industries, both in the US and across the Atlantic and in Europe. So I think we need to assist and support those ecosystems. And I think in general, when we talk about cyber and resilience, we shouldn't forget that it's not only the government part of our societies that have been affected. Companies are also coming under attack, but and many companies today, in a number of countries, actually own some of the nation's critical infrastructure, particularly in energy and payment systems. So it's super important that we also engage the private sector, because they're very often also sit with the solutions. We have in NATO in recent years developed new programs such as Diana, where we try to support SMEs in developing new solutions within particularly these emerging disruptive technologies. So just to say in a few words, yes, we need to use AI and new tech as an important means of also increasing our resilience on cyber and hybrid.
Thank you. A short comment from Mrs. Lugescu, please.
Fully agree. AI is something that we need to understand and we need to harness because it can be used for bad as well as for good. So we can use it ourselves, but we also need to be aware of how our adversaries are using it. I think if you look at the recent elections, both the European elections, but the US elections as well, there was a great concern about the impact of AI in terms of disinformation. In the end, I don't think, and maybe you have different insights, I don't think that it's been a radical game changer, not at this stage. It may be in the next iteration. So I think we need to look at the whole range of issues and tools and platforms when we're talking about countering disinformation. And I think that the human factor remains quite important because we are dealing with sometimes very, very complicated divisions within our societies that our adversaries seek to exploit. So I would just use this moment to give a shout out to colleagues at the NATO Liaison Office here and to colleagues back at NATO HQ for organizing some great press tours. Because, you know, these are influencers as well, so we're looking at different types of influencers, and I think we still need to consider how we engage with media, not just, certainly not in English, and not just in Romanian, but also looking at how this sort of initiative, like the press tours, can be expanded and refined to engage Russian speakers. And I know when I was NATO spokesperson, we did have some media from Moldova who are from the Russian-speaking community, but also the Gagauz, the Moldovan diaspora. We've seen the importance of the Moldovan diaspora in the political processes in this country, a whole range of influencers and a whole range of social media platforms. So I think there's lots, obviously AI, very important factor, but let's look at the whole range of what more we can do to both debunk and pre-bunk disinformation.
Thank you. We have two questions, first on the front and then on the back, and then we will move here in the center. Please raise your hand once again for the organizers to see you. There was a question over here. No, then go in the back. Let's go in the back, please.
My name is Leonid Litra. I represent Kyiv-based think tank New Europe Center. My question is addressed to the current and former NATO officials. Last week, NATO's Chief of Military Committee, Admiral Rob Bauer, said that if Russia wouldn't have nukes, we would already have been in Ukraine fighting the Russians, which is, I think, a very bad message for the countries who don't want to have nukes, and a very reinforcing kind of message for the countries who are developing their nuclear programs, meaning like, hey, if you want to do whatever you want, terrorism, missile attacks, get nukes and nobody's going to touch you. So I think this was a very bad message from NATO military chief, even if he's outgoing. But it seems like
question, please?
Yeah, my question is, Russia has been using the argument of nukes in order to prevent the West from doing more in Ukraine. How to overcome this? Because this is really tying the hands of the West and Ukraine in countering Russia. Thank you.
Okay. Who wants to go first? Yeah, please.
I think I'm generally reluctant to answer if questions. I think throughout these 1,000 days, 1,000 awful long days, NATO allies have continuously expressed their support to Ukraine. They have done a lot to support Ukraine, very substantial weapon donations. There will always be a debate about has it been enough, has it been timely. I think Oana in her position, she's obviously in a better position to interpret those questions. But I think at the latest summit in Washington, once again, we reiterated our strong support to Ukraine. As I mentioned earlier, we are continuing to push. Allies are continuing to provide new donations, also in air defense, and I think we have the ambition of putting Ukraine in the best possible position for when they, at some stage, when they're ready, will be going to the negotiating table. I think that's the best way I can offer here.
Thank you. Please.
Let me just add, obviously, I don't speak for NATO now, but NATO's objectives were very clear from the start, and there are two. One is to support Ukraine's self-defense, and second, to avoid the escalation of the conflict. And I think NATO has done its best, and NATO ally have worked very hard to continue on this twin-track approach. And when it comes to escalation, we have been able to avoid escalation, which of course is important in itself. On the other hand, we have also monitored very carefully, and I'm sure NATO continues to do so, Russia's nuclear saber rattling, which of course is destabilizing, it's irresponsible, because Russia knows, and actually it has signed up to a UN Security Council statement that a nuclear war can never be won and should never be fought. So from that point of view, we have monitored the rhetoric, which tends to go up and down depending on different triggers in the environment. But we've also monitored, and that's even more important, Russia's nuclear posture. And over the last couple of years, regardless of the heightened nuclear rhetoric, we have not seen significant changes in the nuclear posture that would make us adjust NATO's posture. However, NATO remains extremely vigilant and obviously continues to modernize its nuclear deterrent and make sure that it remains safe, secure, and effective, because it is the ultimate guarantee of the defense of all NATO allies.
Thank you. Before taking another question from the audience, we also have questions on Slido from participants that are interested in some topics, and I think we have a common question for the Minister of Defense, but also for the Assistant Secretary General of NATO. I think it liaises somehow. How the energy security of the country could impact the overall security of the Republic of Moldova, and how NATO is taking it into consideration? Maybe Minister Nosati first, and then Mr. Eleman Kinkombe.
So definitely when we speak about the security, it's not about the only defense. It's not about internal services and security services. We've seen that security now is related to all sphere of activities of the government. And we've seen how Russian Federation was able to weaponize the energy in order to impose their will on the Republic of Moldova 2 years ago when we faced the winter. We remember that we had significant challenges in economy related to those pressure when we faced 34% of inflation, and the government have to identify the solutions and for the subsidy of the citizens in order to survive and to be able to pay the bills. So it's about the significant and crucial role of the solidarity of international community that we've seen through the initiation of the Moldova Support Platform. With support of international community and partner nations, the government was able to overcome the challenges that was imposed by Russian Federation. And this goal to the hybrid war, on the enemy use all possible means to achieve their strategic objectives. So definitely energy is one of the priority now for the government in order to identify the alternative resources and to build up our resilience. And you've seen definitely the construction of the new pipeline, the interconnectivity with Romania through the high voltage lines that started. One is ongoing and second is going to start very soon. However, these need a lot of resources and time in order to be implemented. So Russian Federation definitely will continue to use this vulnerability in order to exercise their influence in Republic of Moldova, but I definitely think that support from our partners will continue to come, including from the NATO, in order to identify the possibility for diversification of the resources.
Thank you. Mr. Eleman-Kincombe, please.
Well, first of all, and I very much agree with the Minister, energy is most certainly part of the Russian hybrid toolbox. Energy, by the way, and disruption of energy, as we've seen in Ukraine, is very much also part of Russia's military doctrine. So there are two things. One thing is information. I think it's fair to assess that with some of the energy agreements that are expiring by the end of the year, there is a fair risk that this could lead to price hikes. If it does, I think it's very fair to assume that the Russians will misuse this in their hybrid campaign, building up to the next elections. So I think here one important counter response is information to counter the expected misinformation campaign coming from their side. So that's one thing. And then in terms of what does it imply for our energy security system as such, I think some of the lessons we're learning from Ukraine and some of the reasons why the situation in Ukraine, as bad as it is, has still enabled Ukraine to provide heat and electricity to its population is redundancy. So how is your system structured? Is decentralization. So I think there are some of these structural features that are important to think to integrate when you build the system of tomorrow. And I think many of the decisions that have already made, described by the Minister, I think will structurally push in that direction. So I think these would be the two comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Coming back to the audience, we had a question here in the middle. Can you help us with the mic? No, here in the middle. Ah, okay, please.
Thank you. My name is Daniela Bodrug, European Values Without Borders NGO. Thank you, the co-organizers, for having this forum in Chisinau, and I thank you, the speakers, for their speeches. I think that every expert in security would agree that neutrality can be afforded only by states which are capable of sustaining their security. So my question is, don't you think that the fact that we have neutrality stipulated in our constitution of the Republic of Moldova is a bomb with delayed effect planted in the constitution of the Republic of Moldova by Russian agents? And we recently have discovered that we still have Russian agents in the parliament and other state institutions. So my question is, why Moldovan authorities don't have a different approach to neutrality? And don't you think that neutrality, along with fear of escalating, yes, escalation is already done by Russia, and neutrality and fear of escalation are both instruments which keep the beer sleeping, but that does not mean that we are safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since in the introductory remarks, Mr. Țăranu very strong approach this topic, I believe he can offer us a calibrated response to this very important and challenging question. Please.
I can tell you how neutrality has appeared in the public debate in the Republic of Moldova and then in the Constitution. I was MP in the first parliament, which voted the independence of the Republic of Moldova, and I remember well how the debates have started on the neutrality in our society. At the first stage, the idea of neutrality has saved us from the integration of the Republic of Moldova into the CIS military structures. That's from the standpoint of the Russian agents who influenced the neutrality. But you're absolutely right. In time, specifically after 1994, when in the Constitution this principle has appeared, the neutrality transformed into a non-security element in the Republic of Moldova. Here we have to mention, if you pay attention to the messages which are sent from Moscow, starting from Lavrov, Zakharov and others, we shall see that Kremlin insists with all its strength of arguments for the Republic of Moldova to be a neutral country. We are constantly stimulated to preserve our neutrality and not to attempt to the neutrality principle from our constitution. We know the position of the Russian Federation in relation to the Republic of Moldova, know what are the provision of the security strategy of the Republic of Moldova in relation to Russian Federation. If such a country insists on our neutrality, that's an indicator on the true role of our neutrality in relation to ensuring our security. Certainly, neutrality today doesn't protect us. It is an obstacle in obtaining a security solution, but it is supported by most of the population of the Republic of Moldova. And here we have a fundamental question. How are formulated the messages sent by the government and the political parties which allow for the Moldovan society to have these opinions on neutrality which doesn't defend us? It's an important issue, and the neutrality has transformed into an element of insecurity which blocks our path to a solution, and this solution is in the NATO area. And as long as the Republic of Moldova has this collective perception, for such a time the Republic of Moldova won't have a guaranteed security and will be in an area of strong vulnerability in the insurance of security.
Thank you, Minister. Now we have one more question there. Two questions, actually. Well, related to the security perspective of the Republic of Moldova and possible scenarios.
Already was answered by Mr. Țăranu. From professional point of view, definitely I'll subscribe that neutrality cost. And I can come with the numbers, taking in consideration the size of the country and the populations that we have. We have great examples of other neutral countries that spending 4-7 billions of euros every year. We have another examples that historically neutral countries such as Sweden and Finland decided to abolish their status in favor of the collective defense. So, and it was a decision of the citizens. The citizens voted in a great number, 70+% in favor of the collective defense. Once again, these show that the world is changing. The governments, the people are concerning about the security and about the future. Here we are bound with legal and constitutional provision. So from my position, as I mentioned today in my remarks, I am obliged to identify the possibility to enhance cooperation with the strategic partners, with organizations and the nations in order to enhance our defense and deterrence capacity, in order to enhance our resilience and resistance capacity. So this is what we're doing. We have many projects ongoing. The process is slow because we know that priority now goes to Ukraine, and it should be like this. However, being in the vicinity of the war, we understand that ensuring the safe and secure environment is a priority for the government. As it was mentioned today by the Speaker of Parliament, as it was mentioned about in recent days from the leadership of the country, Moldova will continue to identify the solutions and the means to defend the country against the current threats, speaking the air defense, cyber, disinformation, and other areas that create the difficult situation in Moldova.
Thank you very much.
And there is another question, yes, which one?
If you see Moldova's closeness and entry into NATO as a real prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Andreevski, for this question, but I think that Mr. Tsaranu answered this question. So in order to do this, the Constitution should be reviewed. And the Constitution may be reviewed based on the constitutional referendum. And as we know now, based on the opinion poll, the support for the NATO or other sort of the military cooperation is very low. So I hope that the situation will change, and based on the different engagement like strategic communication, like events like this, will educate and send the right message to the people in order to combat the disinformation and the false narratives that still are used in order to maintain that false narrative that are in favor of Russian Federation.
Thank you very much for your responses. We are running out of time for the panel, but we had also a question here in the middle. Yes. So please.
Thank you. Ciprian Balmuș, International Law Department at Moldovan State University. I have a question mainly for Mr. Tsaranu and Mrs. Lungescu because they mentioned the essential detail of my question, but I would also love to hear comments from all of you. In 2012, when the US pulled combat brigades from Europe, some 8,000 troops, 2 years after that, Russia annexed Crimea. And at the time, EU said that there's going to be a new approach to the relationship between EU and NATO. Now, you've also mentioned this new approach to the relationship, this new policy between EU and NATO. What exactly changed from 2014 to 2022, and what is going to be this new approach to the relationship between EU and NATO? Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Lungescu, yeah, I'll go first.
Yeah, we're in 2024, right? So I think let's look at 2024. But yeah, I think the perception of threat changed significantly between 2014 and 2022 because I think back in 2014 there may still have been some hopes, I would call them illusions, about Russia's aggressive stance. I think 2022 certainly dealt a mortal blow to any illusion we may have held about Russia's intent and vision of its own role. So the strategic concept that NATO adopted in Madrid in 2022 made very clear that Russia is no longer the strategic partner that we're aspiring to based on the previous strategic concept from 2010, and which led to the quite substantive Russian delegation to NATO, including the military officers that Mr. Tsaranu saw very flamboyantly on the corridors of the old NATO headquarters. That's gone. and Russia is clearly the most direct threat to the security of NATO allies and to transatlantic security in general. So, but the partnership between NATO and the EU has always been unique, strategic, and important. But I think, to come back to your question, 22, of course, made clear why it was even more important to send a signal of collective unity and strength, not just as different organizations, but as states, as peoples, as the collective West, if you will. And I remember very clearly that on the 24th of February 22, in those first hours after Russia's full-fledged invasion, first NATO triggered its defense plans all along from the Baltic to the Black Sea, but also we had Secretary General Stoltenberg at that time standing together with President von der Leyen and President Charles Michel in a clear signal of unity. What I think is really important now is to take a very pragmatic approach to this strategic partnership, to go beyond some of the sometimes theological discussions about strategic autonomy and other issues, and to really look at what we can do in terms of our collective industrial capacities, in terms of our ammunition stocks, in terms of the capabilities that we all need, and in terms of military mobility, for instance. So I think it's really, and I welcome the fact that there's now discussions of using EU cohesion funds, for instance, to make sure that we have the types of roads and bridges and railway lines that we need in Europe to ensure that, if needed, we can move troops from the west to the east fast. That's the sort of real value-adding, pragmatic cooperation that we need, and I'm confident that we will get more progress on that soon.
Thank you. Mr. Țăranu, please.
So, I'll be brief. You know what changed? The attitude towards Russia changed, and the attempts to understand what Russia is and how Russia reacts in standard situations has changed, or at least is beginning to change. There used to be a mysterious Russian spirit, if you will. Perhaps you recall from Тютчев умом Россию не понять, which means Russia cannot be understood with reason and cannot be measured with the same metric units applied to other countries. Look at what happens in Russia. 2 decades of attempt to democratize the country have been spent, and Russia is going back to the imperial mindset more and more. Obviously, there is a totalitarian regime there which has the support of its society. There's a terrorist policy promoted by Kremlin in international relations, and as long as the Western civilization does not give a very specific and exact appreciation to the existential status of the Russian spirit, there will be no remedies to stop the aggression and the existential threat that Russia poses to the entire human civilization. I believe that prerequisites are now being developed in the Western civilization towards understanding the specifics of the Russian society. Things that have been perpetuated through decades and centuries. And we are now looking for a remedy to see how we can deal with it. And Russia will not change, at least not in the near future. And civilization needs to look for a possibility to coexist with this existential threat. Otherwise, we will not be able to evolve normally. This is the change you mentioned, and the change resides in looking for possibilities to coexist with Russia that will continue to be a threat to the Western civilization for a long time ahead. Thank you, Mr. Kinkombe.
Our understanding of the complexity of the threat. This is a whole of society that has been impacted. It's a whole of society solution that we need to respond that we need to provide. Neither the EU nor NATO controls all the necessary tools in the toolbox, so they need to work together. And I think there's also an increased sense of urgency following what happened in 22.
Thank you very much. As we are at the end of this, to close the panel, I will propose the speakers to have the following conclusion, to complete with one word the following sentence. In 5 years from now, NATO's partnership with Moldova will be, and please, one word.
Outstanding.
Stronger.
Will be NATO if we become a second Romanian state, and if we're not in NATO, then we face the threat of becoming a semi-Russian colony.
Making a positive difference for Moldova and for NATO.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the panel, and thank you to all the panelists, Mr. Eleman Kinkombe, Mr. Minister Anatoli Nosati, Mrs. Oana Lungescu, Mr. Anatol Țăranu. Now it is my pleasure to bring back to the stage Mr. Iulian Groza for the next moment of an award. So please, Mr. Groza, thank you very much for the panel. No.
Thank you. Photo. Oana, photo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Robert, for moderating this extraordinary panel. Thank you very much once again, speakers. Now I'd like to invite you to stay with us for a very special moment. We have prepared for you. It's, working and supporting young fellows, it's something that we very much support as well. And our partners, NATO Liaison Office here in Chișinău, together with all of us, have prepared a very special moment for you. And I'd like to invite Justin Suni, the acting head of NATO Liaison Office here in Chișinău, for the award ceremony of NATO SC competition winners. Justin, please.
Thank you, Julian. So, a few months ago, the NATO Liaison Office launched an essay contest in Moldova for university students. We asked the students, how does NATO-Moldova cooperation contribute to your country's security and European future? The response we received was overwhelmingly positive and endearing. We got responses from almost every university in Moldova. The contributions were excellent and made it very difficult for my team to choose the winners. The winners today will visit NATO headquarters for a study visit, where they'll learn more about NATO-Moldova cooperation. They will also learn more about NATO's purpose, role, and mission. And they'll return and talk to their peers about their experience. Now, this is more... Thank you. Tech support. Now, this was more than a simple essay contest. It was also a reminder of, I think, the value and importance of youth engagement in Moldova. It's evidence that there's interest in security issues, there's interest in Moldova's prosperous and secure future, and there's interest in the youth in that European path. And NATO's very pleased to have been part of that. So it gives me great pleasure to announce the winners today of the essay contest. In no particular order, I would like to welcome to the stage Daria Tsachenko, second-year student at the State University of Medicine and Pharmacy of the Republic of Moldova. Then we have Evgeny Chara, first-year student at the State University of Moldova, Faculty of International Relations, Political Science, and Public Administration. And last but not least, of course, we have Anatoly Zavachi, third-year student at the State University of Balti, Alecu Russo, Faculty of Letters. A big round of applause. Thank you very much, everyone.
So they give me opportunity to say something. And my name is Eugene. I would be, if you know, I'm from Moldova State University. I'm a little bit nervous, as you see, but it's okay. And as a student in this domain of international relations, I'm deeply aware of Moldova's unique, frankly, unique geopolitical position in Europe between West and East, between Russian influence, between NATO and European Union. And it's truly a hard crossroad, but I think in my opinion, it's only crossroad when the clear answer is known for all of us, which road we should choose. So Moldova's path, our path, underscores the importance of fruitful dialogue with NATO and European Union. It underscores the importance of partnership, of cooperation of those international organizations. And in my opinion, NATO's presence here reflects a commitment, a truly deep commitment to fostering peace in Moldova, to foster the stability in Moldova, and to promote democracy within our nation, the great nation of Moldovans. And Moldova's future, our future, lies in also in commitment and in deepening this cooperation within those organizations. And as a future diplomat and future diplomats and currently young leaders, we will stay firm for it, for fostering cooperation, for fostering our partnership with our organizers and international organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, please stay with us. Before going to lunch, I really invite you to take part in a grand selfie of Moldova Security Forum. I would like to do a family photo with all of you. So just please stand up. And we will ask our photographer to come in front. So if you want just to join a bit closer, those in those parts, just come closer. Please also take these places. Yeah, please. I would say, when we are ready, just say, security. Peace.
Good afternoon. Now it's my pleasure to announce the next panel, EU as a security actor in the Black Sea region. And this panel will be moderated by one of our friends, Madrin Nekshutsu, a journalist of TVR Moldova and Black Sea Insight, Balkan Insight, sorry, and many others outlets. So, Madrin, you have a floor, please.
Hello, and welcome to the second panel in the first day of Moldova Security Forum 2024. This panel is called EU as a security actor in the Black Sea region. As we know, the strategic role of the Black Sea in the security regional architecture has increased in the past decades since the illegal annexation of Crimea by Russia in 2014 and the military phase of the Russian military invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. We have gathered here today to discuss the EU's plans for the Black Sea region and how Brussels sees the current security landscape in the region, taking into account Moldova's interest as a country that has a war in its proximity. This panel will focus on the EU's role and priorities for ensuring peace and stability and strengthening democratic resilience in the Black Sea region. How could the EU become a more relevant security actor in the Black Sea region? What policy and financial instruments are needed to achieve this objective? How do we adapt the EU's security strategy for the Black Sea region in the context of the enlargement process? These are important questions which will be addressed today to our speakers. So I will invite to the scene Valeriu Mija, State Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Moldova. Welcome. We will also have two panelists that will be joining us today on video. Ana Tinca, State Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Romania. Also, we will have with us today Paun Rogovei, Ambassador at Large, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Welcome. We'll also have Madam Dorota Dluhi-Suliga, Head of Division, Georgia, Moldova, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Managing Directorate for Eastern Europe, Russia, Central Asia, Regional Cooperation, and OSCE, European External Action Service. Welcome. And our third panelist today is Mr. Irakli Porcichize, co-founder and vice president of the Georgian Institute for Strategic Studies. Welcome. Oh, I will also take my seat on the seat. Just a few words about our scenario today. So each of you will have up to 8 minutes. So we'll begin our panel today with Mr. Valeriu Mija. And I will ask you, Mr. Mija, how do you envision Moldova's role and contribution to the EU's security objectives in the Black Sea region? What further steps should the EU take to support Moldova's security needs and resilience? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express gratitude to organizing for making this a good tradition for the Republic of Moldova, and to greet Her Excellency ambassadors, honorable audience, and distinguished guests. To answer this question on the side of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Moldova, I would like to touch 4 objectives. The first one is a brief overview on context, which have qualitative transformations. B, what is the vision of the Republic of Moldova in this context? C, what is the relations of the Republic of Moldova with the EU and what are our mechanisms in order to be contributors to the joint international security. Speaking about changing international context, I would like to start from the commemorative 1,000 days of war of aggressions in Ukraine, which is a turning point in security paradigm of international relations, and express gratitude to Ukrainian people, to Ukrainian armed forces, and to Ukrainian leadership for their heroism, which is very important for us, for the Republic of Moldova. Why? Because Ukraine it's not only defending its sovereignty and independence, it will basically defending entire security regions, and we need to be very cautious, and we are confident in the Republic of Moldova that it will settle future paradigmatic order in Black Sea region and international order. What is this in our vision? It's a big competition between San Francisco approach of UN organizations and Potsdam approach. We all now want it finished with the Cold War and two World War and very dramatics. Meantime, we are very grateful for Ukraine because de facto it allowing us to continue build democracy, to build resilience, to build stability and pursue our agenda with EU integrations. Second point, the Republic of Moldova's strategic vision has not changed in the Black Sea regions. And it's reflected in national security strategy adopted last year in December. It's reflected in government program and Plan for Stability Development Moldovan Prosperous State 2013. And it's reflecting in many policy. It only was reaffirmed during the last referendum on EU accessions and presidential elections when Maya Sandu received majority in her policy. So, first, the Republic of Moldova vision is to become full credible members by 2013. Republic of Moldova should continue to be a reliable partner with NATO. Republic of Moldova, apart from its traditional strategic partnership with Ukraine and Romania, should develop many other strategic partnerships and intensify dialogue, which you witness and you will witness even more. In this regard, strategic partnership on security and defense between Republic of Moldova and EU, signed in May 2024, is eloquent example that Republic of Moldova is a systemic, continuing its foreign policy in these directions. Furthermore, we are glad that EU accepted us to be first state to develop such partnerships, and by the way, since then, EU signed another 3, which Dorota will cover, highly likely, and I will not step in this. Meantime, we want to take this advantage and to reaffirm that Transnistrian conflict resolutions, the policy is to solve only by political and peaceful means, by integrative approach in EU. And of course, we always reiterate that Kobasna storage facility represents a high risk for the region for Black, and it will be taken into account by many actors, and we insist on its neutralizations or evacuations along with Russian troops. Covering our relations as a contributing to the EU in the Black Sea regions. First of all, we are glad that we are partners within the European Union, which is political international community in the region based on values, principle, procedure, and instructions. It's based on cooperative security paradigm of Copenhagen School of Bari Buzan. We are sure that it will play more active role in security, and strategic compass adopted by EU is only reconfirmations for us. The Republic of Moldova take integrative approach on solidarity principles by integrative politics, economics, social aspects, finance, military, civil society, and of course media. Moldova would like to be in a like-minded partnerships, and EU actor is one of them. What is Moldova would like to contribute? First of all, we would like to be stable and prosperous and resilient partners of the EU. We would like to amplify our dialogue and consultations on many security and defense aspects. We share our lessons learned because the Republic of Moldova is unique ground after Ukraine on hybrid war, and we have already accumulated lessons learned for the last 2 years, which we would like to share with the EU members in order to be more cohesive, more resilient in the regions. We want to share and provide our cyber lessons because the elections passed unimpededly. However, you haven't seen the picture behind what happened in our cyber experts, which were fighting with a lot of cyber attacks to disrupt these elections, and they were numerically very much more than before. And of course, we would like to explore further mechanisms which will be transparent and we will tackle. Republic of Moldova, in relation of mechanisms, would like to contribute to CFSP and CSDP policy, which we have been already doing by contributing our observers in CSDP missions in Africa. The last one mission we joined was Somalia. Meantime, our military contingent for the first time joined the EU4 CSDP mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina as a part of Romanian contingents. Yes, it's not a big one, but with the capacity of our budget, we are doing our best to contribute multilaterally to many missions, including with our partner strategic European Union. Second, we want to offer our capability to the EU, and today the chairman of Parliament, Igor Grosu, mentioned that about 2 operations in Greece when our fire extinguishers groups extinguish fire in Greece in the framework of EU missions. I would like to add another one that many of you probably would remind yourself, a drastic events in January 2003 in Turkey, when our savers missions went to Turkey along with the international community, offered its capability to the Republic of Turkey. Of course, we want to pursue solidarity with interoperability, which we built on our foreign policy with EU on sanctions and different restrictive measures. Even it's maybe tight for our economy, but we are solidar with the EU on CFSP policy, and we want to build credible security in the Black region. And of course, we would like to build joint resilience in the country and in the region. Last but not least, what are the mechanisms? And I will not touch alone. We are grateful to have European political missions, which we are concentrating on jointly analyzing and combating cyber, disinformations, and building security culture in our society in order to reach social and security maturity in our society. We are benefiting from EU and Moldova Security Hub. We are contributing with our security multidimensional. We are also grateful to be part of European Peace Facility mechanism, and we are exploring another mechanism which we would like to be added value for the international security, regional security, and for the EU. And I will stop this. Thank you.
You touched upon a very sensitive issue when you talked about Transnistria. I'm sure that will be a lot of debates on Transnistria and a lot of questions regarding the breakaway region of Transnistria. And you also mentioned something very important, that Moldova shifted from an importer of security to an exporter of security in Europe, and not only. Thank you for your presentation, and I'm sure you will have a lot of questions in the Q&A session. Now we move forward to Ana Tinca, State Secretary of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Romania. And Madam Tinca, I want to ask you, Romania has been one of the countries actively advocating for greater attention to the Black Sea region in light of Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. What is Bucharest's vision for strengthening Black Sea security from both NATO and EU perspectives? Please, the floor is yours.
Let me congratulate the organizers, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the Institute for European Policies and Reforms, as well as NATO, through the NATO Liaison Office in Chisinau, for putting together this very important and timely event. I really regret that because of the very busy institutional agenda, I was not able to travel to Chisinau, but I'm sure that this is only the first edition of a very successful event that will have a long and fruitful life. To answer your question, let me start by reminding us all why the Black Sea region is important. First, its location. This is a gateway to the world, a bridge between Europe and Central Asia, rich in energy resources and with great potential for economic development and connectivity. This is also a region of the greatest military significance, important for defending Europe, but also used as a platform for military power projection. In time, we had moments of tectonic clashes and moments when us, as country in the region, were able to focus more on the economic opportunities and people-to-people contacts. As Romania, I want to assure you that we would like nothing better than to be back in a situation where the Black Sea would make headlines first and foremost for the economic opportunities. But unfortunately, this is not the case as we speak. Indeed, as mentioned here before, we commemorate 1,000 days since the beginning of the aggression of Russia against Ukraine. And the invasion has profoundly altered the situation in the entire region. The consequences are far-reaching and they will be long-term. Of course, they affect first and foremost Ukraine. We see the huge human tragedy unfolding in our immediate vicinity. We see entire cities being destroyed by the Russian military forces. The neighboring countries of Ukraine, such as Romania and Republic of Moldova, are also experiencing the consequences of the war in many forms. But the impact goes beyond the region. Developments in Ukraine affect the entire Euro-Atlantic security, and they also affect global food security. And on the background of it all, as also mentioned here by State Secretary Mija, the rules-based international order, all the international principles and norms that held together the international order after the end of the Second World War are currently under attack. This is why you are right in mentioning that Romania has been very active in raising strategic awareness and arguing in favor of an involvement by NATO and the EU in the region, because we strongly believe that the developments in the Black Sea are not simply a regional matter and they cannot be treated as such. And let me say that we have seen very good progress in terms of NATO and EU involvement, because both organizations are not only present, but also engaged in a very meaningful way. Since the beginning of the war, NATO has significantly consolidated deterrence and defense on the eastern flank, including in the Black Sea region, and it provides significant support to Ukraine, while also assisting like-minded partners such as Republic of Moldova to increase their resilience and strengthen their military capabilities. The Defense Capacity Building Program or the NATO liaison offices, such as the one hosted in Chișinău, are all instruments very, very well used in this respect. The EU is also a very relevant actor in the Black Sea region. The Black Sea Synergy, adopted back in 2007, has been so far EU's main regional policy framework for this region. And since 2019, two flagship initiatives emerged, such as the Common Maritime Agenda, and this year Moldova has held the role of coordinator, so I use this opportunity to commend our host for the commitment and the dedication that have showed in this capacity. More recently, EU's direct support to Ukraine and also the CSDP missions in Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova and Georgia play, I think, a very important and useful role. First, in supporting Ukraine to defend itself, but also the reforms of the security sectors and the capacity building of Ukraine and the other partners of the EU in the Black Sea region. What should NATO and the EU do in the future in order to strengthen security in the Black Sea? Starting from our objectives, from our vision for this region, I see two main pillars of our future actions. And although your question was related mainly to security issues, I would say that these two pillars are security and connectivity, and I will explain a bit later why they are interlinked. I think that NATO and the EU can play and should play a more ambitious role. And the need is there because the stakes are also very high in the Black Sea region. And I would see maybe 4 priorities related to how and what the two organizations can do in order to contribute to addressing the very significant challenges that we are facing in this area right now. I think that in terms of how to do it, we need to address the immediate needs while at the same time articulating a long-term strategic vision by each of these two organizations. Equally important, I think that we need to ensure a truly comprehensive and multidimensional approach, making sure that all relevant actors are working in synergy in order to achieve their common objectives. In terms of what needs to be done, let me briefly describe what we see in Romania as the main priorities both for NATO and the European Union. I think that it all starts with continuing to support Ukraine until Ukraine prevails, because a free Ukraine exercising full sovereignty within its international recognized borders is central to having a safe and secure Black Sea region. It continues with making long-term plans and articulating a comprehensive strategic approach based on current realities and taking into account the significant developments that have taken place over the last couple of years, and also the lessons we have learned, the lessons that Ukraine has learned, the lessons that NATO and the EU have collectively learned, and sometimes the hard way. These lessons should be put to very good use. We need a solid NATO and deterrence and defense approach in this region. We should be part of the post-war security architecture. We should be always mindful of the fact that challenges in this region will be with us for the long term, and therefore our approach should be also on the long term and sustainable in the long run. At the same time, I think that NATO should continue to support very actively like-minded partners, building upon the successful projects and initiatives developed so far, and I already mentioned them in my initial remarks. I think that these are very much valid, and NATO has done a great job in adapting its tools and its project to the needs and the interests of the beneficiary countries. In a way, similarly, I think that for the European Union, building on its existing policies and instruments is the right thing to do, because there are many strands of work that are still valid, while other issues are maybe not sufficiently addressed within the current policies and projects. And I think that the new challenges such as hybrid, cyber, disinformation, foreign malign influence need to have a more prominent place in the EU's future approach, more strategic approach to the Black Sea. I would mention here, when speaking about the role of the EU, also the need to improve connectivity, because I think that taking into account the great potential of the Black Sea region, this needs to remain among our priorities. For a country like Romania, and I dare to say also for the Republic of Moldova and for Ukraine, making sure that we do not leave the current work to push the Black Sea at the periphery of the global connectivity map is something really important. We should make sure that the Black Sea is fully integrated into this map and we use its potential the best we can. I think that linking these two pillars, security and connectivity, we would ensure a truly comprehensive approach that would have a very significant role in pushing the constructive agenda forward, while again addressing the immediate security needs right now with the sense of urgency and priority. My next point would be that we need indeed to ensure more synergy between the relevant like-minded actors. This means, first, a transatlantic approach, where the US and our European partners will work together to achieve their common goals for the region. We are very glad to see that the US has developed its own strategy regarding the Black Sea. France has also elaborated a similar document, and in Germany there is at least a more strategic thinking or a reflection process in a more strategic manner about what the Black Sea means and how the situation in this region should be addressed in the future. For us in Romania, the next step would be to see these actors working closely together and implementing these documents and these processes in a synergetic manner, maximizing the resources and the benefits of their cooperation. More cooperation would be, of course, important also between NATO and the European Union. We see these two organizations as two natural partners, and we would like to see them working in close coordination, making best use of the comparative advantages that each has, but also maximizing their strengths. At the same time, of course, both NATO and the European Union should need to work very closely with like-minded partners, such as the Republic of Moldova, supporting them in building their resilience and in strengthening both their democratic institutions and their defense capabilities. EU enlargement has already been mentioned here, and I think that EU enlargement and the accession process can help achieve this. I think that as Europe, it is our collective duty to make sure that this shared space of stability and democracy is there to stay and it's irreversible. I will stop here, but I'm of course ready to answer any question or to go into more details on some of the topics if this would be of interest for the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Tinga. Round of applause. Yes, thank you very much for your intervention. Indeed, we expect a greater role of the EU in the region and also from NATO. And indeed, you touched a very sensitive topic, also talking about Romania's help to Ukraine these days, which is kept somehow in dark, to say so, because it's Romania's policy not to talk too much about how Romania helps these days Ukraine. And indeed, we need a safer region and active policies from all the actors involved here in the region. So thank you very much for the intervention, and I will pass now the floor to Mr. Paun Rogovei, Ambassador at Large in the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Ukraine. Mr. Paun Rogovei will speak in Romanian, as far as I know, and I will address my question in Romanian, so I'll switch to Romanian now. Bună ziua, domnule Rogovei. În primul rând, vă mulțumim că v-ați...
Good afternoon, Mr. Rogovei. Thanks for joining the discussion. My question for you is, In the context of the brutal war of Russia and Ukraine, how do you see the role and contributions of the EU as a security actor in supporting Ukraine and consolidating the security in the Black Sea region? What additional strategic measures should Ukraine undertake in the collaboration with EU and other partners to consolidate the security in the Black Sea region? Good afternoon. Dear guests, thank you very much for the invitation to this event, which is very important, with a very important topic for the countries from the Black Sea region, but not only. Speaking about what would mean a safe Black Sea region in the today's conditions, specifically in the conditions of the large-scale invasion of the Russian Federation in Ukraine, we could provide just one reply: a fair and sustainable peace in Ukraine would be a very important factor to ensure security and stability in the Black Sea region, to ensure a basis for prosperity, development of the Black Sea region countries, to safeguard this area from the attempt to be placed under control by sole power, by a dictatorship that's being attempted today. The large-scale invasion in Ukraine, launched by the Russian Federation in February 22, has changed dramatically the background in the EU. The Russian aggression has affected seriously the Black Sea region safety and security. The security from the Black Sea is very important, taking into account its role as a key route transit of goods and energy resources. Any disturbance of this sea corridor through military aggression, piracy or terrorism could have huge consequences on global economic flows, affecting economies far beyond the borders of this region. When we ask the question, how can we ensure the security and stability in this region for the development of some economical, political relationships among countries? In the current conditions, we have just one reply, which is supported by a great part of our international partners. That would be the peace formula of the President Zelensky and the victory plan of Ukraine in this barbaric war of Russian Federation against us. The practical implementation of those 10 points of the peace formula of the President Zelensky proposed in November 22 at the Indonesian summit is the only option, in our opinion, and the opinion of our partners, viable to reinstate a fair peace in Ukraine and to protect the global security system from further erosion. The peace formula has a global significance since it proposes to prevent the use of war as a tool in the international policies in the 21st century. The longer this war takes, the harder it would be to stop this erosion process. We can see this clearly in the case of involvement of the North Korea in the war of Russian Federation against Ukraine. The peace formula has received already a broad support at a global level also by the countries, the representatives of which are present today. 141 states have voted for the resolution of the General Assembly of the UN, which would serve as basis for a fair peace in Ukraine. Adopted in February 23, the main provisions were reflected in this document. The first global summit for peace, which took place 15-16 of June 24 in Switzerland, have shown the support of an international community. 101 delegates from all over the world took part to this event. Such a broad participation to this event represents a clear and prompt signal for Moscow that people don't support war. During this summit was adopted a common declaration on the peace. This document reflects fully the efficient mechanism for the implementation of UN Charter. This format is open for the participation of other countries complying with the main principles of the international law. After the summit, we had several events, 9 conferences on the peace formula. Ukraine, together with her partners, has finalized this important stage to implement the peace formula. Now we are working on the development of the common framework for peace, which will represent a clear position on the modality to end the aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine in conformity with the international law provisions. We intend to finalize this work by the end of November. The mentioned framework is a precondition for the organization of the second Summit for Peace. We know well that there are a lot of discussions about the involvement of the Russian Federation into some treaties for a peace process. We understand that at a certain stage the peace process will need the involvement of the Russian Federation. The President Zelensky has mentioned clearly this thing can't happen now, and the main reason is the fact that Russia continues to show its refusal to stop the aggression, manifesting a lack of respect for the UN Charter and international law. In such circumstances, it is important to consolidate the efforts of the international stakeholders to force Moscow to peace and to guarantee that this peace will be preserved for a long time. The representatives could be invited to the second Summit for Peace if they are ready to stop the aggression war. In relation to the position of Ukraine on an alternative peace, we salute the proposals for a just peace in Ukraine compared to other peace initiatives proposed by other countries. First of all, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Secondly, these proposals should rely on the UN Charter and include the respect of the territorial sovereignty and integrity within the recognized international borders. We think that any peace idea based on the UN Charter shall be discussed on the proposed platforms of the first peace summit. We don't need other platforms, other additional formats to discuss how can we reinstate peace in Ukraine. The peace formula provides a complete set of tools and platforms to discuss all the peace ideas and take into consideration various visions relying on the international law and the UN Charter.
After the joint peace framework is finalized, we'll be prepared to address other initiatives. And here I'd like to specify a very important aspect. The initiatives that do not acknowledge the unprovoked and ungrounded aggression of Russia against Ukraine and suggest territorial concessions of Ukraine to Russia are unacceptable to Ukraine. Of course, such initiatives would be regarded as a threat towards the global security architecture and towards the universal global order, and would legitimize the use of force as a tool to attain political goals. These initiatives would be a tool to legitimize such wars, and that will give Russia more time to prepare for a new attack against Ukraine and possibly against other countries. We cannot allow this to happen. We do not want the next generation to inherit this war. We need to face this threat now and here. And we have developed a so-called victory plan. On 16th of October 2024, the Ukrainian president has submitted the plan of victory in the Ukrainian parliament. It aims at bringing peace closer. The goal of the plan is to make Ukraine strong enough to end this war. The goal is very ambitious, and it is to end the war at the latest next year. But if we do not strengthen our capabilities sufficiently, Putin will manage to become stronger next year and will make diplomacy obsolete for this situation. The victory plan has 5 points and 3 annexes. The first point provides for an invitation of Ukraine to join NATO. This would mean irreversibility of the European integration for Ukraine, and this would mean that there is no alternative to democracy for Ukraine. Putin needs to see that his geopolitical plans are failing. The next point is regarding the defense. Well, we need to talk about the capabilities that are necessary at the moment: long-range weaponry, missiles, drones, and other such weapons. Also, our partners need to lift the restrictions when it comes to using long-range missiles against assigned territories of Russia. We need additional consolidation of our own anti-air defense system. The other day, we have witnessed very tragic events in the neighborhood of Moldova, namely in Odessa, also in Kiev, and in many other cities. There are many victims, there are civilian victims, people who are innocent and who have fallen casualties to this war. The energy infrastructure of Ukraine has been targeted, and that's on the eve of a very cold winter. A third point of the victory plan would be the following: discouragement. Ukraine proposes an ample discouragement plan on its territory that would be sufficient to protect Ukraine against any military aggression from Russia. The fourth point: Ukraine suggests to its partners to come up with a joint plan in terms of strengthening strategic resources for Ukraine. and capitalizing economic potential. A fifth point regards the post-war period. If our partners agree, we are prepared to replace certain contingents stationed in US or in Europe with Ukrainian contingents. If the war ends at the second peace summit, relying on rules and norms of international law, that would discourage other potential aggressors to initiate wars in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Excellence. A round of applause for Ukrainian resistance, please. The future peace in Ukraine depends on many ifs, and one of them is what the Trump administration will do in the future. But we hope towards even a greater support for Ukraine from the European states.
I will give the floor to Madam Dorota Dluhi-Suliga from the European External Action Service. Yes?
Thank you, Madalina, and thanks a lot to organizers for inviting me. Many things have been said, so I will be shorter than previous speakers because they covered a number of elements. But I think it's important to still remind us why we need more strategic approach from the EU to the Black Sea region and what will be the elements of our vision for Black Sea region. Why? It's to some extent obvious. We are in different geopolitical environment than we used to be. In 2007, the EU moved closer to the Black Sea because of the enlargement of Romania and Bulgaria, and we started with Black Sea strategy at that time. But now, even more, we are moving closer to the Black Sea thanks to the opening of the negotiations with Ukraine, with Moldova, and candidate status for Georgia. It becomes much more important for the EU itself what is happening in this region. Secondly, of course, the military aggression of Russia against Ukraine has changed the paradigm in the Black Sea. Before, we were looking at the Black Sea only from the perspective of economic cooperation, fisheries, blue economy, connectivity. We cannot afford to see this region only through perspective of economy. We need security first in order to develop economy. And thirdly, EU has changed. Over the last couple of years, we have become a security actor, and I think it's seen more than in other places in Moldova. 3 years ago, EU didn't play any role in Moldova's security. Now we have here CSDP mission, as mentioned by the Secretary of State. We have EPF. Moldova is the second biggest recipient of the European Peace Facility, of course, after Ukraine. And we are active in cybersecurity, FIMI, and so on. So we are a different actor than a couple of years ago in this region. This has been recognized, the importance of this region has been recognized at the top level. We have the EU leaders tasking High Representative and the Commission to come with a new approach to the region. It's being now created and discussed. I cannot give you fully blown strategy, also because we have our own changes in the Commission. We will have Commission starting on 1st of December, pending approval of the European Parliament, with the new leadership and High Representative Kallas and the Commissioner for Enlargement Kos, who will give us political guidance to some elements of the strategy. And it's clear that for the new High Representative Kallas, this is an important part of the world and where the focus of the new leadership will be. And this was also reflected in the letters of intentions that were sent by President van der Leyen to the Commissioner Kos and Kallas, where Black Sea strategy was mentioned. As already noted by a Romanian State Secretary, we are not fully reinventing the wheel. We have elements of the policies in the Black Sea that will be very important, will continue to be important. And one of them, of course, is enlargement. This is what creates our bilateral relationship with the countries in the region, and it will stay important. Same global gateways and others. But what has been missing to a great extent, of course, is the security element. As mentioned, we have to focus not only on hard security, which is not what, well, EPF, we provide hard security, but also on the soft security, hybrid threats, which we have seen in play here in Moldova, FIMI, and so on. And hard security actually will be also an issue after the victory of Ukraine, because we will have mines in the region, navies, and so on. This will have to be still addressed very much, and the EU will be active here. But secondly, of course, connectivity mentioned before, and the connectivity not only in the way of transport. We quite often think about the connectivity only limited to transport, but we see Black Sea as an important connectivity point for electricity cables, the big strategic projects that we are looking at, also digital and so on. And we will be very much active and looking into our vision for the region at the connectivity aspects. The new approach should give us greater coherence to our actions in the Black Sea, and of course it will be underpinned by the bilateral support, in particular in security in Ukraine and Moldova, and hopefully also in Georgia, when Georgia changes the current trajectory and goes back on the EU path. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for sharing the vision of the EU with us today. Indeed, everybody expects a greater role for the EU in the region. As you mentioned, electricity and energetic interconnectivity is very important these days, as we see Russia attacking the critical infrastructure of Ukraine very hard these days. So yes, it's an important point on the agenda. And thank you for your intervention, and of course we'll have more questions in the Q&A session. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Irakli Porchkize, Vice President of the Georgian Institute for Strategic Studies. First, hello and welcome to this forum. And I want to ask you, given the security challenges in the Black Sea region and Georgia's internal political struggle, how can the EU encourage Georgia to realign more closely with the EU's common foreign and security policy decisions? What additional steps should the EU take to support Georgia in strengthening its role and commitment to shared security objective in the region? Please, the floor is yours.
I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be in Chisinau. Well, a lot of topics have been covered because I'm the last to talk, but still I'll try to reinforce some of the points that have been made and to provide the view, the outlook that comes from Tbilisi. Well, just to echo and answer the question that you have posed, I don't think that the present regime in Georgia will align with EU's common security and foreign policy. I mean, just to be very plain about it, and I guess I have a luxury to be able to say these things because I don't represent the government. So I don't think that course will change. So I think that if we put that into perspective, it's going to be extremely important for Brussels, but also the major capitals, not to endorse the fraudulent and the rigged elections which have taken place in Georgia. And that's extremely important because it will create a very bad precedent for those voices and those democratic forces which are right now fighting in Georgia. And that's extremely important if we take into account who has congratulated the government, in quotation marks, in Tbilisi. These have been those who are not particularly known for being too democratic, unfortunately, such as Iran, for example, or the ones who actually lack democracy in their own parts of where they come from. So having the major capitals not recognizing the election results is extremely important. It's also important to demote relations with the Georgian government and not to have the high-level engagement with them. It was also announced yesterday, I think, that the financial support to the government will not be there anymore, and that was a very clear and a great move to be announced. And I think that being consistent of doing that is going to be extremely important. And just a point about that to be stressed, EU should continue to be value-based, and I hope it's not going to be transactional. I think that's extremely important. I certainly hope that's going to be the case, because otherwise we have to understand that the logic of Ivanishvilis and the governments who are espousing authoritarianism as a way to stay in power, they create the reality like the Kremlin does, the status quo, and they want others to accept it. So if we accept that logic, that means that they will have the free hand to move forward with other acts. And that's a very clear sign that the weakness has been there. Well, the other point I think is very clear. It has been mentioned here a lot of times. Ukraine should prevail. And Ukraine war and the aggression against Ukraine is not a problem of only Ukraine. We have to understand that the likes of Ivanishvili and all the authoritarian regimes right now have their eyes put and staring at what is going to be happening in Ukraine. And this is true. I mean, it's not only because it will reinforce the position of those authoritarians, but it will also give the seeds of which have been already ingrained for quite some time, that the ideational power of democracy is waning. So the more of that is going to be happening, and the more images of weakness, let it be, or disunity we're going to be seeing on that front, will be aiding those who are trying to challenge it. And supporting Ukraine is going to be important also because Ukraine is the biggest democracy in the region. If the biggest democracy in the region is not going to be able to defend itself and succumb to it, what others will be saying in the region, well, it's going to be having the so-called ripple effect. It will have a snowball effect. And we already see that. Why? Because the Ivanishvili and his government have been betting and rooting for Ukraine not to win from the very beginning. That's a fact of life, unfortunately. And they've done this from the very beginning by the messages that they have been putting forward and by the way they have behaved, which is a shameful behavior, frankly. So we have to understand that helping Ukraine means giving them the appropriate military equipment and ammunition. It also means to do it expeditiously, do it on time, do the technical training together with them, but also allow them to strike into the territory of Russia. If that doesn't happen, frankly, how people, not only the experts, but the ordinary Georgians are looking at it, they're seeing that the West, as a collective unit, is weak because they're not able to back the words by the actions. So for ordinary Georgians, every demonstration of weakness is associated with a potential ripple effect in their own countries. So the war of perceptions is on. The war of psychological operations and psyops is very much there. The third point that I wanted to make is about democracy. You definitely should support the democracies in the region, here in Chisinau, and I'm very happy to see that the pro-democracy forces are up, and the way the presidential elections have ended. Of course, it means that the struggle is ongoing. There is a power which is right now in the bushes, waiting for the slip-up here as well, because it's very clear that they want democracy to not be a currency which the governments or the publics would embrace. So they want the slip-ups, they want the defeats, and they will be rooting for it with all potential resources at their hands. So supporting this infrastructure, the democratic infrastructure, is important. Those politicians which are democratic, the civil society organizations, free media, and also I would like to make it very clear that the segment that they also should aim is youth. Youth is extremely important. And I hope that that support is going to be there. I guess I would end here and just the final wrap-up phrase. We've seen what happened to Georgia in 2008, and many of the vices and many of the ills of Georgia is actually related to 2008. We've seen what has happened in Ukraine in 2014. We have seen what started, how it continued in 2022. And let's be very clear and let's put it into perspective that if Russia gets away this time around, the way they're seeing that, I think that the next continuation of that might not be only the neighborhood, but it might actually be somewhere inside the deep within the European community. So we have to really make that case and to put together the efforts of stopping that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Porskize. Indeed, Georgia is passing through a difficult situation right now. EU has to be more supportive to Georgia in terms of democracy and supporting democracy. We've been in your shoes with the Plahotniuc's regime here in Moldova. You know, we know how it is. We know how difficult is this struggle to get away from this kind of authoritarian regime and oligarchs. But I wish you luck fighting them. It will be a very hard fight to make, but indeed a useful one. And now we will open the floor for questions. We will take questions from the audience, and also we will use Slido to take online questions. And I will start with one question from the audience. Who wants to go first? And just a small mention, I have to tell you that Mr. Paul Rogovei, due a full agenda, had to leave earlier. So please, the gentleman there, please. Just present yourself, the institution you are representing, and also to whom you address the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address a question. My name is Răzvan Foncea. I'm a Romanian student, master student at Sciences Po in Paris, and I'm also a consultant in the Romanian Parliament. And my question would be related to Moldova's position as a dark horse, really, at the Black Sea, because we've seen before 2020 that the Republic of Moldova has been somehow considered as a peripheral country, as has been the Black Sea for a long time in the larger global security landscape. And after Maia Sandu's election, Moldova became a norm entrepreneur for the entire region. It has brought attention to the region, and on the other hand, it inspires now the Georgian opposition and many other fighters for democracy all around the world to pursue their pathways. So my question would be related to the new strategic culture that the European Union shall develop at the Black Sea, and how Moldova can really be a symbol of this new security culture, how we can define a strategic reflection process that would have Moldova as a hotspot. And I would most likely, I would like to address this question to the head of a division from the European External Action Service. Thank you very much.
Madam Suliga, you have the floor. And maybe Mr. Mija will also be interested in the words. Thank you.
I guess so. Thank you for the question. I have to say, though, that I don't like talking about symbols. You know, Moldova used to be a front runner, Georgia used to be a front runner. Symbols do not work well. The hard work behind works much better. And I believe that this is what we are seeing, and the State Secretary was also mentioning, the changing paradigm. Moldova is one of the biggest supporters, recipients of the EU support in the security field. But there is a lot of lessons learned and lots of readiness for Moldova to share the experiences. And one of the examples, to some extent unfortunate, was the hybrid warfare that was employed during recent elections and the referendum. There are many lessons learned that we are now discussing with our Moldovan friends in order for us to use them to employ in our own elections in EU member states. This is a frontline state to some extent. You were saying it was peripheral. Now it's a frontline state. Really, first one that is exposed to threats, to hybrid warfare and so on. And we very much appreciate the readiness of our Moldovan friends to share with us their experiences and that we can contribute also in Moldova to solutions. This is a very much two-way relationship. It's not only big EU supporting small Moldova, but it works both ways. Thank you.
I'll try to answer to the academic question with academic answer. I always recommend to my students to have this multi-layer analysis of international phenomena, and two approaches are very important. The first one, not to forget about the Morton Kaplan theory of systemic approach of black box in the system. When actors went to the phenomenon, his intention is presumably be A, but the outcome is Z. What happened in this black box? And after that, I recommend students to go to hermeneutic approach and to go to Max Weber and to go through these social interpretations. Now we need to go a little bit back retrospectively. What went wrong with the EU Eastern Partnership? Because EU developed many partnerships, but exactly EU partnerships, apart with the ABM missiles, by this created furious in Russia, because there was a collision of different security mindset. You need to understand the way Putin administration looked to the world. Until you understand, you will not understand, it will be difficult. First of all, they do not believe in the independence of countries. That's a very bad news. By the war in Ukraine, they deny the existence of Ukraine as an independent country. The good news, they do not deny Moldova. But exactly Ukraine, in their vision, should not exist at all. Security mindset, people who are sitting in Moscow from hermeneutic points of view is poorly on security dilemma and real politics of Bismarck, full stop. They do not understand. Therefore, any noble aims which Moldova subscribed to Ukrainian for the cooperations with the EU, in Russia, automatically it's zero-sum game. It's in detriment for their national security. They do not see other elements. That's the biggest problem, what happened between the EU, Black Sea, and Russian integrations, etc. I just want you to remind you what the EU neighborhood policy was developing and the new partnerships. The Republic of Moldova was much been behind with the democratic reforms in Georgia and in others. So it's very important to understand what is the security mindset of some of the actors. And why I'm telling you, because it will be an academic debate what to do next to avoid such misinterpretations and such a dramatic and escalative tragic war like in what's happening in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mija. Do we have another question from the audience? If not, I will take, okay, the gentleman from...
Hello, thank you. I'm Dan Sleet, I'm from the Tony Blair Institute. Maybe I could let you decide who to address the question to. My point, I think, was to say that the EU as an security actor in the region, one of the concerns I have in the viability of that is that it leaves countries like Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine, kind of stuck in a halfway house. They're neither fully in and protected, and they're not fully out because they're on a journey to join. The journey to join can be quite long and tortuous. And that journey leaves those states more vulnerable, I think, to Russian interference, Russia's role. What do the panelists think on how to transcend that model, change that model, or maybe I'm just wrong and it is the right model, we need to give it more time? Thank you.
And to who you address the question?
I was going to let you decide who you think. Maybe Mr. Portuguese touched a little bit on matching words with deeds. I don't know if that feels.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that question. That's a very important question because the lure of EU is of course there, and we all understand what are the perks. And for all of the countries that we are talking about, I guess the biggest challenge stems from the fact of being short of the security, and then how that shortage or the vacuum is exploited by those who are actually creating the challenges themselves. So, I mean, Russia, etc. So, I mean, my answer is very, would be very succinct. I mean, if Georgia would have gotten the map in 2008, nothing would have happened. Let's be very frank about it. I'm pretty sure if there would have been a resolute answer to that bid, I'm pretty sure that the vacuum that we're talking here about wouldn't have been there. So the NATO membership is important, and the security umbrella which can be provided by that is important. Well, the other arrangement might be the bilateral arrangement of a security provider of a much bigger and more potent and stronger. So you can think of who that can be, but I think that it was more plausible for NATO membership to be there, the map for that being. So I think now in retrospect, I mean, I don't want to sound too, retrospective determinist of saying that, but the rationale behind it would definitely stand, because a lot of policymakers and the decision makers who were then in the offices have actually said that that might be the lessons learned.
Thank you, Mr. Borchidze. We'll take an online question from Michael Vorlander, CDU, CSU parliamentary group in the German Bundestag. What concretely can be done more in economic terms by the EU, its member states, and also the private sector in order to contribute to efforts aimed at fostering growth and accordingly also more security in the region? I think it's a question for Madam Dluhi Suliga, and I will also ask afterwards Madam Anna Trinka to answer that, please.
Thank you very much. Of course, this is a question to me, but to great extent to the partner countries, actually. What are the needs and how we can address those needs? We can provide many answers, but we need to base ourselves on the needs of the governments and the identification of the needs and how we can support them. As we are in Moldova, of course, one element is the growth plan that we will be now implementing of 1.8 billion, which was announced by President van der Leyen during her visit here. But what is really important is to increase the trust of investors in Moldova. We need more companies coming here to create jobs. And this is an issue this is an issue that is linked to security. Number of investors are thinking twice about entering to Moldova because of the war in neighboring Ukraine. And we need to provide more guarantees for them and also to work with member states to show the attractiveness of this market and this country for the investment. Currently, economy is so interlinked with security. You cannot divide those, as in the question was mentioned. But what is first egg and whether egg or chicken is another question. We are working with Moldova and also with other countries in the region on creating environment that would be supportive to the economic operators, on creating infrastructure investments, and again, I'm coming back to connectivity and the energy security that will be one of the most important part of our work around the Black Sea. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Anna Tinka, please. I don't know if she's still with us. Yeah, maybe we'll take a next question. I will ask Mr. Mija about the breakaway region of Transnistria, and I want to ask him what are Chișinău's plans to solve the issue, taking into account that about 80% of the exports of the breakaway region goes now to the EU, but on the political side, Tiraspol is still playing as a Russia Trojan horse in Moldova. How do you plan to solve this issue? And maybe we will see some further steps in this regard in the next future?
Thank you for very interesting and sensitive questions, but I will be very brief, so not to take the efforts of Mr. Cerebriano and Madame Gerasimov, who will be also answering this precisely topic. Just to reaffirm that we have only one strategy for Transnistrian conflict resolutions is by peaceful means and political means. And in effect, we are glad that the context changed in a way that we have this, let's say, asymmetrical advantage to be on the path to the European Union integrations. It's one. B, together with Ukraine, it's another advantage. And three, we have common understanding of all actors in the regions that the region of Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, Romania, Black Sea should be stable. Therefore, the Transnistria should be stable, and if you notice, there have been no escalation since 2021-22. Even the format of negotiations 5+2 is not functional anymore. So we are taking integrative approach very carefully, and it's not negotiable. It's not that we negotiate or we impose something on Transnistrian leadership. No, we're just saying what we are doing. We created an informative mechanism which was launched at the end of August when Mr. Cerebrian briefed with the team from Chisinau, the leadership from Tiraspol, about our actions on EU integrations, our changing of standards, formats, etc. And again, I repeat, it's not a coercive diplomacy. It's informative diplomacy to show them that the context changed and their economy needs to be adapted. We understand the frustrations in Transnistria of some political negotiators. We try to be very careful with this, and it's not my MFA cup of tea. What we are trying to do, we have integrative approach from the confidence security building measures on a society, economy, civil society, mass media to be more exposed to the European Union sets of values and principles. Just want to give you examples. A code of customs code was implementing, and many economic actors already using this customs code. Neutral plates, people have offered possibility to travel with a neutral place to the European Union. They offered passports, IDs, basically the past. Now it will be a matter of time, and the way it will be peace and stability, it will start working in the long run. We are not naive. We do understand what is a mood in Tiraspol about some of the actors, but our Bureau for Political Reintegrations, with the Bureau for European Integrations, working closely together to handle this topic very gently, sensibly. It's important not to rush. And there is big fundamental difference compared to other conflicts in which some people try to make analogy. First of all, we treat the people who live in Transnistria as the citizens of the Republic of Moldova once. We don't have difference neither in religion nor in ethnic compositions. So it's more element of geopolitical implications plus absence of informations plus conflict of interest. Just for give you one example, in Transnistria you can have a lot of TV channels from Russia, from Ukraine, European Union, from US, but not from the Republic of Moldova. This is a paradox. This is tell you something which we need to work about something, but I think the last elections were poor demonstrations when 34% of Transnistria voted for EU referendum compared to the 94% against in Gagauzia. And around 34% voted for my son. This is a big paradigmatic shift which was not imaginable 15 years ago. I think we are on the right directions, and we do not need to be rushed because a conflict, sometimes conflict should be done gently and it will solving. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mija. We have again Madam Ana Tinka from Romania. Madam, if you heard the question in the first place, you can answer it, or I can repeat it for you if my colleagues will help me with the Slido question again.
Thank you very much. Now, I heard your question. Thank you very much for this. I can only agree with what has been said regarding the need to create strong linkages with our like-minded partners in the Black Sea region, involving as much as we can the private sector, private companies, incentivizing them to invest in these countries. As NATO and the European Union, I think it's also extremely important to keep our partnership with these countries relevant and up to date, to make sure that we take into account current realities, the present needs of these countries, and we avoid as much as we can repeating mistakes. If you allow me, I would say only one word also about the Republic of Moldova, the symbolic nature, if you want, of its trajectory. And I would say the following. I think that the trajectory of the Republic of Moldova will show if a country that has made the right choice in favor of democratic reforms and the European path, and who benefits from significant support from EU and from NATO and from individual member states, can follow the path it has chosen, or on the contrary, in spite of all this support, such a country cannot break free from the Russian influence. In other words, I think that Republic of Moldova will show if making the right choice and doing the right things pay off. And from this perspective, I think that NATO and the European Union have a responsibility to show that the choices that the Republic of Moldova has made and the actions that the Republic of Moldova has done do pay off, and the country is successful in pursuing its path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll still have time for one short question from the audience, please.
Hi, I'm Simina Tulbur, a member of the Romanian Parliament, and I tried through parliamentary diplomacy to do many things for the Western Balkans, for Republic of Moldova, Ukraine, but I feel like I haven't done much for Georgia. So my question is, how can I help as a member of parliament in Romania? What can we do more for the youth in Georgia? And third, do you think the current president of Georgia will do something to turn things around? Because we do have a hope in there, and I feel like she's our only hope. But of course, if there's more that we can do, I'm really interested in finding out what your opinion is, Irakli. Thank you.
Yeah, well, just with the president, I mean, she will be out of office in about, we don't know yet when basically her term will expire in about 2 weeks. Let's be very frank. So there is very little she can actually do right now. But what she does is that she's trying to, first, I mean, not recognize the election results. So she's the one who is also challenging this. She's trying to be kind of the unifying voice on the part of the opposition right now, and tries to communicate with the Western partners to explain what is happening. So she has been doing that. But yeah, as I said, her office term is going to be over pretty soon once the parliament will, the powers of the parliament will enter into force. That's going to be something which is going to be very contentious, because there is a legal debacle there, how that will happen, but I don't want to bother all of you with that constitutional intricacy. When it comes to what can be done, well, one thing I always value when it comes to international work is to promote exchanges. So promote youth exchanges that can be something via some already existing EU tools which are there, which is Horizon Plus, or yeah, there are other tools as well we can do, but in general, having those, that dimension of cooperation and involvement of the youth groups is going to be something of to be very important. I think one idea that popped up is to help and bring the young Georgian politicians from the flank, from the opposition flank, the pro-democracy side, to Romania. That would be something of encouragement, I guess, a sign of encouragement. So these are the ideas that just popped up right now in my head. But yeah, we can start with that, and then thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porchis, and we are approaching the end of our panel, so I will ask each speaker to provide a brief closing message, 1 minute for every person. So I will start with Mr. Mija.
Thank you very much. I think the international community and the Republic of Moldova is part of this, should unite all its effort. And in the Black Sea region, including EU as one of the important actors in solidifying the regional security stability. Also, in order to achieve this, each actors on international relations are different, but we are conscious that the European Union is an actor, political community based on principle, values, procedures, and we should employ and take advantage of this by creating more multi-channels interactions and cooperations, not only on the political leaderships, but multidimensionally on political, economical, social, civil society, mass media, and many other actors. And in the meantime, we need to be based on the main principal values and the principle of democracy and human rights and the free market economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mija. Madam Anna Tinga, please, 1 minute closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I'll have two brief points. And I will start with one about the Black Sea, because this was our main topic. And I would say that we are clearly now at an inflection point in global affairs. This is not entirely new. Reshaping of the global order has been underway. It has been accelerated by different developments. But I would say that because of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the Black Sea region is an area that will predict how things will develop in the future. It's a gauge, if you want, of the push and the pull of the forces that are currently trying to reshape the global order. And my second point is that in the region, but also elsewhere, we have ample evidence of the fact that gray zones do not work. And I think that it is very important for both the European Union and NATO to reject by their acts, and not only by their words, the revisionist ambitions by Russia and the use of force or the threat of force as a way of doing business in the 21st century. Thank you.
Madam Dorota Dlushi-Suliga, please, 1 minute for closing remarks.
Thank you, and sorry for a complicated name. I think what we have seen in the region over the last few years is that a lot of things are unpredictable, and we have to be agile, flexible, and prepared for different scenarios. It's important also, as we have been discussing, economy is so much connected to security. There was this famous sentence about economy stupid, but it's about security stupid first, and then we can work together on the economy. And it's important that we build as much as possible links between the countries of the region, but also with the EU, and we will be working on this.
Just two more points. I think whatever you will be doing in the region or beyond, I think will also have to be in alignment or in cooperation with the US, and whatever is going to be happening there will have definitely a huge importance to the region. So that's one point. The other point is China. We haven't mentioned it, but we have to stress it, that in Georgia their presence is going up, and that once again adds up to the dichotomy of democracy and authoritarianism, and how the vacuum which is created is taken up by the authoritarian states. So the China presence has increased. I would say that that's something of taking into consideration. And the other thing, just to kind of sum up, is that now, I mean, we used to have the problem of creeping occupation that we used to say up to 2008, but now we also have the regional problem, which is the creeping authoritarianism. So we have to take that into account. So it's just this cumulative effect is not going to be seen in a day or two. It just happens over time, and they get us all used to the idea that democracy is getting waning or decreasing its potency, and authoritarianism is growing on us. So we have to take that into account.
Thank you very much, and this concludes our panel today. We hope also that the EU will become a more security actor in the Black Sea region, as we are all expecting. Thank you, dear panelists, for your sharing your expertise with us today. Thank you for thank you to the audience that stayed until the afternoon with us, and we'll a big round of applause, please, for our panelists first. And I think Mr. Groza will have an announcement to make.
We will now have a short break, networking break, and I'd like to invite all of you to recess in the room at 3:15 when we'll have our third panel that will be moderated by our good friend from Bucharest, George Scutaru. And yeah, see you soon for the next panel. Dear friends, dear guests, you're kindly invited to take the place in the room as we now commence the final panel of today about the strategic stability in the Black Sea region, a panel which will be moderated by our good friend George Scutaro, the Executive Director of New Strategy Center from Bucharest, that also hosts a sister security forum every year, the Black Sea Balkan Security Forum. And we're very glad to have New Strategy Center as our partners in today's forum and taking care of this remarkable panel with great speakers. I also have a chance to join for some replacement, but looking forward. Georgia, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We'll discuss about the Black Sea. Why the Black Sea matters? You know, Black Sea is not Las Vegas. Unfortunately, what's happened in the Black Sea doesn't stay in the Black Sea. And we have connectivity between Europe and Central Asia, between Balkans and Middle East, Baltic area and Eastern Mediterranean. Black Sea means energy, a lot. Means a lot of important routes for energy independence in the region. But unfortunately, Black Sea means aggression against Georgia, the illegal annexation of Crimea, and now the full-scale invasion against Ukraine, means a large-scale hybrid warfare, and you know very well in Moldova what means Russian hybrid warfare. We'll discuss about possible ceasefire. We'll discuss about the President Trump vision. Because we have very, very good speakers. We'll discuss about French position, EU position regarding the Black Sea. And it's important to understand not only the position of France, of Turkey, or the United States, but it's important to understand the relevance, the strategic significance of the Black Sea, because what's happened in the Black Sea, it's important not only for riparian states. Food security plays an important role for millions of people around the world. For instance, the social stability of Egypt depends on the grain which are coming from the Black Sea countries. 30% is coming from Russia, 20% from Romania, 10% from Ukraine, and you know how important is the stability for entire Middle East, the stability of Egypt. This is only one example, just to understand better the link between the strategic importance of the Black Sea and other important areas on the world. And we have this concept, a free and open Black Sea. How we can maintain, how we can fight for open and free Black Sea, because the freedom of navigation now is challenged by Russia. We have 3 seas in the world, Red Seas, where the freedom of navigation is challenged by Iran and Iran proxy. South China Sea, where the freedom of navigation is challenged by China, and you have Black Sea, where the freedom of navigation is challenged by Russia. I want to invite our speakers, and I will start with Professor Sinem Açıkmeşe, Kaderhaş University, Turkey, please. We can discuss about the security in the Black Sea without Turkey, please. And of course, I mentioned the importance of France and EU, and I invite Professor François Heisbourg, Fondation pour la Recherche Stratégique. François, bonjour. And I mentioned the importance of the United States of America for this region, and I want to invite my dear friend James Carafano, Heritage Foundation. James, please join us. And because we discuss about the hybrid warfare also, and we are here in the Republic of Moldova, I want to invite my dear friend to join us and to speak about importance of Moldova in the Black Sea. Please, Julian. Now we can start, and because Julian is here, I want to raise the questions related to Transnistria and the Transnistria's role in this Russian hybrid arsenal How is the place of Transnistria and Russian hybrid strategy related to the Black Sea, Julian? How will you see the importance for Russia of Republic of Moldova and Russian strategy to undermine the stability in the Black Sea area? Please.
Thank you very much, George. It's clear that the unresolved conflict of Transnistrian region has been a source of insecurity and instability for Moldova for many years. Just to remind you, in 1992, a war started, by similar scheme that we have seen the war started in the second invasion of Russia in Donbass. Very much Moldova was the first, basically, country that have been exposed to Russia's attempts to block Moldova from its advancement towards the West after gaining our independence. And of course, with the start of Russia's invasion in Ukraine in February 22, this region appeared to be generating new security risks. By the mere fact that doing over the last years since the war started, the strategic objective for Moldova was to keep stability and peace in the region. And I think looking at the way how the leadership in the region has reacted since the war started, it basically describes the very much kleptocratic interests at the same time as the fact that despite the fact that Russia still exercises very important influence in the region, using not only their legal presence there, but also energy dependency, you still have now local leadership in the region that has been driven very much by economic interests. And the messaging we have heard since the war started, basically both to Kiev and to Chisinau, was that we are not a threat to you. We don't want the war to escalate. We want to be staying out of it. Actually, we heard even inviting messages from Krasnoselsky to Ukrainian fellows who are running from the war that they will host them as well. But of course, we understand the reality on the ground, and the reality is that the region has been gradually integrating with the European economy for some time. 10 years after Moldova signed the association agreement with the European Union, we see the trade from the region very much directed towards the EU. 10 years after Moldova got visa-free travel to the EU, all the residents in the Transnistrian region that are nationals of Moldova received their passports, all of them now. So indeed, the power of, or the soft power of European integration became a very important tool to build up solid grounds for alternatives for providing a way forward towards reintegration. And of course, this represents one of the opportunities in the future. We know very well that Moldova is advancing towards accession, and we have the precedent with the association agreement, but we have seen the region is benefiting from it. It was conditional. Not all the conditions are being applied in the region, but the strategic decision of the EU and Chisinau was to make sure that we use the economic integration component to anchor as much as we can economic interests of citizens and the business in the region, that to create a leverage on the further advancement of our goal to reintegrate the country. We also know that for many years we have been engaged into settlement process during using the so-called 5+2 format. And I think already for over 3 years this format is not being working. It's clear that since the war started there is no way how this format can further produce impact towards the process settlement. But more importantly, I think what we have seen in Chisinau, a change of paradigm in terms of priorities of how Moldova sees its way to ensure the reintegration or solve the conflict and ensure reintegration of the country. And I think the priority now is put on the applying tools to use the leverages and opportunities that we have created together with our partners in the European Union and anchor further the region towards the European Union. That's, of course, the ideal scenario. We understand that that has also a lot of limitations currently. But since the war started, and the limitations are very much about the Russian influence. And I think one of the key pillars of that influence that Russia is exercising in the region is energy dependency of the region. We know that in a few months we will have to see how we will solve this issue in terms of the supply of the gas to the region. We know that the transit through Ukraine will stop, and it will become one of the key issues for Chisinau as well. But also it will provide opportunities for Moldova to further explore our interdependencies, to make sure that we turn the balance towards increasing our opportunities to reintegrate. And at the same time, I think it will be a very good opportunity for us to see how we can replace or limit further the influences of Russia in the region. One more point I think it's important to mention, going a bit broader in the context of the role that Moldova has in the Black Sea security and the region. I think what we have seen in the last 2.5 years is that a lot has been done in terms of making Moldova a part of the solution in order to help Ukraine to advance its exports. And I think Moldova did very well to be part of the EU solidarity lane. That helps us to be active contributor to this process, but also that helped us to advance the infrastructure development, railway infrastructure. We still have challenges in order to manage this transit, but I think the point is that now Moldova plays a more active role in that sense. And I think this is something that we need to continue. And I think we will now have to also advance other efforts to increase our security in terms of energy security. And I think one of the key interdependencies we still have with region, with Transnistrian region, is the electricity supply. And I think this, for now, kind of provides kind of a safeguard to shortages of supply of electricity. But I think Moldova does much more now in the last years, clear plans together with the EU to ensure alternatives of supply of electricity, and that I think would provide even more opportunities for us to see how we can advance. Also, the further efforts of reintegrating the country, again, building on the opportunities that the EU accession process will provide to Moldova. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian. François, French has a strategy dedicated to the Black Sea. French has a special envoy for the Black Sea region and Eastern Partnership, Ambassador Michel Roux. And France is the nation leader of the NATO battle group in Romania. More than 1,000 French soldiers are deployed in Romania for deterrence and defense of the Black Sea region. Why the Black Sea matters for France? And second, how will you see the developments on Ukraine? Do you think that we'll have in 2025 a peace agreement, a ceasefire? Please.
First of all, does this work? I'm sure it does. Maybe better. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for having made it possible for me to participate in this meeting in Moldova, a country which is indeed in a very strategic location at a very difficult time. I'm going to answer your last question first, and we may return to the first part later on in our discussion. The situation today reminds me a little bit of a press conference which Boris Yeltsin was asked in, I think it was at the OSCE meeting in Istanbul in the 1990s, and he was asked about the state of the Russian economy at the time. It must have been 98 when the ruble collapsed. And Boris Yeltsin questions his questioner and saying, do you want the short answer first or the long answer? Well, the short answer will do. And so the short answer from Boris Yeltsin was good. Then the guy asks, well, what about the long answer? Well, the long answer is not good. This is pretty much the situation of the war in Ukraine. And every single Ukrainian person in a position of responsibility whom I've had the opportunity of meeting recently or simply listening to on the media, beginning with Zelensky and going down the list, is that the planning horizon for whatever may happen next stops in 2025. There is no mention of 2026, 27, or whatever may come afterwards. And in public, this comes across as hortatory and not necessarily negative. In private, this comes as in a much more disturbing way. Not a great situation. So I'd like to make 3 points here. The first point, and in a way it relativizes the Black Sea, but it's a way to get back to it. What is happening today is not simply about Ukraine, it is about the future of Europe in general. We know what Mr. Putin wants. About Ukraine, of course, we know about his article of July 2021. It's not a state, it's not a people, it's not a nation, Ukraine. But we also know what he wants for Europe. The European Security Order. December 2021, the so-called security treaties, but better called an ultimatum by our Finnish friends who know 2 or 3 things about Russia. That is what we are contending with potentially from 2025 onwards. Second point, and it harkens back to a discussion earlier today about nuclear weapons. Admiral Brown's statement in Prague, I happened to be at that meeting, and indeed he has been quoted accurately, that I can confirm. And what he said was actually pretty much the same as what Zelensky said in Washington, D.C. and in New York when he met the American persons in charge today, Biden, or in the future, Trump. And that it is either nukes or NATO. We do note that the Soviet Union and Russia have never attacked a country possessing nukes or belonging to NATO, or both. And that it's countries which have neither or are not in NATO who tend to get attacked. That's a serious issue. And that leads to the third point. It's not going to be nukes, therefore it has to be NATO. But how can it be NATO? In the case of Ukraine, well, we know that the Americans and the Germans have been particularly reticent. The Germans, it's a bit surprising in the sense that they joined NATO as a divided country with unresolved territorial issues in 1955, and with the risk of a very strong Soviet reaction at the time. It was done nonetheless. But this apparently is no longer on the table for Ukraine, which is indeed one of the reasons why I tend to be very worried about 2025. But then there is a question of Moldova. And this is, well, nobody seems to have any strong views about Moldova joining or not joining NATO. But if Moldova contemplates joining NATO, it had better move fairly quickly before other things begin to happen, either at the American initiative or at the Russian initiative, or both. So if you want to join, you'd better join fairly quickly, and this comes from a citizen of a country which is not famously known for being particularly pro-NATO. And I see my friend James smiling, and he's right, absolutely. And well, joining NATO can be done more or less quickly. It can be done more quickly if you happen to be joining a country which is already a member of NATO, which was the case of East Germany vis-à-vis West Germany. And that, I don't want to interfere in Moldovan domestic debates, not my purpose here, but it may be worth considering the quick option rather than the long and slow option, which has been the fate of most other countries which have joined as a result of a formal membership process. Those are my basic 3 points. On the Black Sea, as I said, I will come back to it subsequently, but pointing out one of the reasons, simply en passant, for the French interest, and that is indeed something which has already been mentioned, which is food security. It was very quickly noted in Paris at the beginning of the war, this was actually at a full-scale invasion in the spring of 2022, that if Russia won the war, the combination of Russia and Ukraine would play a role on the global grain markets equivalent to that of OPEC in the field of oil. That's a very, very big deal. And of course, the Black Sea is at the center of that.
Thank you very much. And because you mentioned the food security, I pass the floor to Sinem, because Turkey plays an important role of this agreement to provide, to have a constant flow of cereals to global market. It's impossible to discuss about security in the Black Sea without Turkey. And Sinem, how do you see the role of Turkey in this peace process in Ukraine, taking into consideration the good relation of President Erdogan with President Zelensky, but in the same time with President Putin? Could be a broker, Turkey, in this landscape of peace negotiations?
Tough question. Thank you for the organizers for inviting me, and I also had the opportunity to listen to excellent talks. The answer to your question is hard, but in order to answer that question, we have to look into Turkey's policies vis-à-vis the Russia-Ukraine war so far, the main principles and the main tenets of Turkish policy. I'm going to summarize them in 4 points, and then maybe we could find an answer. I'm not that hopeful. I'll do my best as an academic. The first tenet of Turkish policy is to support and recognize the Ukrainian territorial integrity. So this is the basic Turkish policy, and Turkey does not recognize Russian sovereignty in the invaded part. So the official narrative is ending this chaos, ending this war through dialogue and through diplomacy grounded in Ukrainian territorial integrity. So this is the first part. The second Turkish policy is to keep dialogue channels with Russia open. So this is why I explained the first one. I mean, it seems in contradictions, but for Turkey, it is not. Turkey wants to do that not to antagonize Russia, given the problematic relationship of Turkey and Russia in a historical sense. Also, Turkey does not want to de-escalate the tension in the region, in the Black Sea. And also, the most important Turkish Black Sea policy is to keep the balance of power within the region. So to keep the pre-war balance of power in the Black Sea is the most important aim of Turkey. As a result, Turkey has not taken part in the Western sanctions towards Russia. And also trade channels, tourism channels are all open with Russia. So this is kind of a functional relationship going on, but dialogue is also going on. The third point is to support Ukrainian armed forces. Turkey provides Bayraktar drones, Turkey constructed corvettes, and Ukraine just tested them, corvettes for Ukraine, and Ukraine has just tested those anti-submarine corvettes. And this is kind of a military cooperation which doesn't have a significant impact on Russia. So this is the Turkish, still the Turkish policy. Finally, the role of mediation that Turkey attaches importance to. This is also, Turkey has assumed the role of a mediator since the beginning of the war, maintaining dialogue with two sides. As you all know, Turkey brokered the grain deal and in collaboration with the United Nations, of course, so that the Ukrainian grain could be exported, even though Russia withdrew after. And still Turkey tries to push Russia back into this grain deal. Just a couple of weeks ago, Erdogan tried to negotiate this with Putin at the BRICS summit. Another indication of mediation or neutrality or protecting the balance of power within the Black Sea is Turkey's policy within the context of the Montreux Convention. Turkey controls the passage through the Turkish Straits, through Bosphorus, through Dardanelles, and within the context of the war, Turkey invoked Montreux Convention. Montreux Convention's Article 19 in order to limit the passage of warships of non-littoral countries, including NATO allies and including Russia. So this is part of the role that Turkey plays within the context of Russia-Ukraine war. So coming back to your question, what next question, or how can Turkey be of help in terms of brokering, we should look into the question from these 4 points, plus, moreover, Turkey's role could be, role as a mediator, could be taught within the context of some events. First of all, Trump election and what will happen with the US administration. It depends a lot when you think about Turkey's transatlantic links and Turkey's kind of, in brackets, partnership with the US. And relatedly, a second point here is what will the Europeans do with what Trump will do? Will they enhance their position, or will they think otherwise? Also, the war dynamics. I'm not here to explain the war dynamics, but North Korea involved, US is providing missiles to Ukraine, so the war dynamics are always changing, and we cannot have an answer to your question without knowing these three dynamics plus the Turkey's position. But I kind of have a conclusion to your question. It's vague, but with all the complexities in mind and with all Turkey's policies so far, I don't think that Turkey will change its position of trying to provide balance of power within the Black Sea, and will not change its direction in order to be a mediator. Because of the significance of the Black Sea for Turkey, you correctly said that you cannot think about Black Sea security without Turkey, and it's indeed very correct. Maybe some small steps can be taken within the context of regional ownership and Turkey's sectoral policies within the Black Sea, but maybe I just stop here and then we'll have another conversation.
Indeed, it's important to mention and to underline the role of Turkey, because even sometime it's happened. It seems that for Turkey it's important to maintain the current situation. For me as Romanian, frankly speaking, I'm not very happy with this situation when the Black Sea Straits are closed. And frankly speaking, I'm looking forward to see some changes in Turkish position after the end of the war, and to see that the straits are opened, and you can see also other flags from NATO countries over the Black Sea. James, a lot of speakers have mentioned the name of President Trump, or yes, a lot of them. You know the importance for Romania, for Bulgaria, for Ukraine, the importance of the United States in terms of security. On the other hand, you personally promoting very well this concept of a free or open Black Sea for freedom of navigation, connectivity, energy. How you'll see the place of the Black Sea region in the foreign policy of the United States during Trump administration? And a tough questions mentioned by a lot of speakers before our panel. How we'll see the Trump's position towards Ukraine and Ukraine conflict?
Yeah, sure. First of all, and you guys are great, don't get me wrong, but to be sitting next to this guy is a true honor. This is one of the icons in America of understanding Europe and European security policy for decades. And just to be sitting here with my friend is just such an honor.
I'll scratch your back.
You should hear what I say in French. It sounds even better. The other thing is, you know, I just want to compliment the organizers of the conference. You cannot ask people to care about your security unless you demonstrate that you care more about your future yourself. And this conference, I think, is such an incredible statement of Moldova wanting to secure its own future and seek its own way in the world. And I think that's a powerful message that you're sending to the rest of the world. And to see the delegation here and the international component, to me, speaks really well of what you've done. So I really offer my heartiest congratulations on that. Look, I'll just very simply say, Trump's not, first of all, I don't speak for the president-elect. You know, I haven't actually talked to him in many years. He hasn't tweeted about me in forever. I'm not a surrogate for the president-elect, and I did not work on this. I worked on the last one, but I didn't work on this presidential transition team. So these are my own personal opinions, but they're based on observations of working with these guys a very, very long time and paying very close attention to the appointments. And I've said this so publicly for 2 years, I'll just repeat it. The United States is not leaving NATO, and it's not going to abandon Ukraine. I think that's fundamental to U.S. policy. I mean, just super quickly, there's three good reasons for that. One is Afghanistan. Nobody elected Joe Biden to leave Afghanistan. He did. It was a stain on his presidency that dragged and pained him for his entire presidency. Many advisors around President Trump have pointed out the last thing you want is a foreign policy debacle on your hands in your first year of your presidency. So the notion that he would walk away and create that, I think, is completely unrealistic. But the second one is, look, I actually think, I mean, we could debate about the future of Ukraine, but I actually think the NATO frontier is in pretty good shape. Actually, I think it's in better shape than it was when I was in the military in the 1980s. There's more strategic depth than when we were fighting on the Rhine. The correlation of forces is actually better. You have 1,000 miles of North frontier that the Russians have to deal with some very capable militaries. You have a Ukrainian military, which, you know, no offense to my Ukrainian friends, but whether you're in NATO or not, it's irrelevant. It's a standing military force in the middle of Europe that the Russians would have to contend with if they wanted to invade somebody. It's a big thing. You've got a Polish military, which is the cornerstone of the new NATO frontier, which under a liberal and a conservative government have committed to rearming, and that's anchored in Romania. I actually think this is not a heavy lift. I mean, the burden sharing challenges are quite manageable. And the final thing is, name me a scenario where the United States of America is better off if the stability of NATO is fractured or if Ukraine is controlled by Putin. And the answer is you can't. And, you know, President Trump's a lot of things, but he's not stupid. So doing something which is utterly self-defeating for the United States, I don't think is on the bingo card. So let's talk about the Black Sea now, and why is the United States interested in the Black Sea? And I think this actually transcends President Trump, and I think President Trump will in part reflect this because fundamentally his foreign policies are based on what is in America's interest. If you actually look at American attention to the Black Sea, it actually predates the second invasion of Ukraine. And the reason for that is not, in a sense, geostrategic, because for the entire Cold War, the Black Sea and Ukraine were on the other side, and we got by fine. So it's not a vital interest. Even today, the United States Navy in the Med can pretty much kill anything in the Black Sea. So it's not a real strategic threat. And a Ukraine military in being will be able to target most of the things in Crimea. So even Crimea's utility as a military platform, I think, is relatively questioned. On the other hand, in terms of the idea of free and open spaces that we discussed, it is absolutely quintessential. It is it is one of the terminus of the 3 Cs. So if you want to build north-south integration, you have to dump into the Black Sea. It is the gateway to the Middle Corridor to connect Central Asia to Europe. It is either overland to ports like Trieste or through the Black Sea, through the Mediterranean, a gateway. So it is a crucial focal point. And from the US perspective is, well, why does the US care about free and open spaces? It's because the more free and open spaces there are in the Eurasian landmass, the less place there is for the Russians and the Chinese and the Iranians to meddle. So it is in the US interest to do that. And I would particularly say, since President Trump was very enamored of the 3 Cs initiative and saw the strategic value of that to the United States, and I think his assumption he would come back in 2025 and want to pick up where he left off. That area is critical to that. And so I would say that just a couple of things that we have to do. I don't think anybody's going to revisit the Montreux Treaty from Washington. I'm just not seeing that happening. I actually think that US-Turkey relations are going to be actually fine. And I don't think the US will demand some kind of big changes from Turkey's approach to the Black Sea. Turkey is critically important if we want to build out the Middle Corridor to the Caucasus and Central Asia. So there's lots of reasons there to see whether this partnership. Turkey is critical also to, I think, because a lot of the security from the Black Sea is going to come from building up the capacity of the littoral states in the Black Sea. And it's not just anti-ship, anti-mining, and anti-submarine. It's also about the protection of infrastructure. You have to protect cables, you have to protect pipelines, and particularly if you're Romania, you have to protect oil sea platforms. So that's going to come from the capacity building of the countries in the region. I think there's plenty of support to that. The second thing I think is really important is building out the Danube corridor as an entrance into the Black Sea. Even though there's 5 countries that are involved in doing all that, I can actually see a future German government and a US government seeing the strategic value of working together on that. And then the final thing comes to the countries which really feel the most pressure and intimidation from Russia, and that is Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. I think Georgia is in a really interesting place. And this is where I would come back to Ukraine. We want a free and independent Ukraine that can defend itself, grow, and prosper, because that, whether they're in NATO or not, is a central plug in the Eastern Front. It's also doing, I think, historically, which is Ukraine is properly part of Europe. But I also think what happens to Ukraine is going to dramatically impact the future of Moldova and Georgia. And I think if we have Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova integrated into the West, that is a powerful addition to not just a free and open Black Sea, but to linking all these free and open spaces that will create real opportunity for the future of peoples.
James, you are right. Indeed, the US 6th Fleet in the East Med can hit any targets in the Black Sea, but the problem is the lack of the presence of non-European NATO countries in the Black Sea area during the peacetime, because we have a lot of hybrid activities from Russian side. For instance, in 2027, Romania will be the largest gas producer in EU, and a part of this gas could be
redirected to Republic of Moldova, because one of the most important problem for Moldova is energy. And finally, we can stop this blackmail from Russian side against Republic of Moldova energy. For this reason, it's important to see a British flag or American flag in the Black Sea, together with Turks or Bulgarians and Romanians, as you mentioned. Sinem, I come to you now with the questions, because we mentioned how important it's to help Moldova to maintain stability, because they are under huge pressure from Russian side. And in Moldova, you have Gagauzia. And in Gagauzia, Turkey plays an important role. You have an important influence. How Turkey can help Republic of Moldova in this very concrete, tough point in Gagauzia to resist against the Russian hybrid influence?
Turkey has cultural ties with Gagauzia, and the only thing that Turkey can do is to, and this is not, I said only, but this is also a very significant, has a significant impact. Turkey can keep the dialogue, keep the channels open, and also support the region with its educational projects, infrastructure projects. Turkey has a huge impact, culturally huge impact in the region. So this is how Turkey can help Moldova. This is the only way. Keeping dialogue and trying to contact them, trying to, convincing is not on the agenda. Convincing them to do something is not on the agenda, but talking to them and keeping negotiation table open for them with Moldova is what Turkey could offer within the context of its policy and its relations. Also, there are a lot of disinformation campaigns coming from Russia, and what Turkey could also offer, it's a small thing, but raising awareness about those disinformation campaigns, hybrid threats coming from Russia, signaling the fact that they might be threats in a hybrid way. So this is what Turkey could offer as far as I know about its policy.
Thank you very much. Very clear. For James and Francois, even independence of Republic of Moldova depends on the outcome of the war in Ukraine. And because we have the second episode of this war, because this war has started in 2014, not in February 22, has started with the annexation of Crimea. How we can avoid, in case of a ceasefire, of a peace agreement, how we can avoid the third episode of the same war? How we can deter Russians? Because we failed twice to deter Russians and to attack Ukraine. Boots on the ground, article, NATO membership for Ukraine. What is a real tangible instrument, to deter Russians in case of a peace agreement? Francois and James.
Thank you for that. Too many of these things here. Sorry about that. Thank you for that easy question. No, seriously, if one talks about the Black Sea, there are two words which to me come immediately to mind. One which has been mentioned, which is Montreux, the Convention of Montreux. Is it in our interest, our meaning NATO, our meaning Ukraine, our meaning Moldova? Is it in our interest that the convention retain its authority? And of course, the fact that France is the depository of the treaty may give the French an added incentive to keep a close eye on that issue. The short answer is yes, it is in our interest. The treaty is one of the very few, the convention is one of the very few items of the international order which predates the so-called rules-based international order. It goes back to 1936. It survived the Second World War. It survived Molotov's attempts in 1946 to change the convention. And when we look at the current war, Turkey controls, this is what you rightly said. Russia has not been able to reinforce its shrinking Black Sea fleet. That's pretty good for Ukraine and by ricochet for Moldova. It has had the inconvenience of making it very difficult for NATO to reinforce its naval presence in the Black Sea. But you can't have everything when you're talking about a convention of which you have countries as different as Russia and Ukraine, which are deemed to be the successor signatories to the Soviet Union. So that one I think is fairly easy. Then you have Odessa. Odessa, if Russia seizes Odessa, as it may well do, either as a result of success in the war or as in the framework of a misbegotten deal, because although I take James's excellent analysis of why the Americans should not be party to a deal which would make Trump look very, very bad, that does not entirely reassure me, because the United States may factor into long-announced deal-making. This has been going on since January 24th, if my memory is correct. So it's not a new sort of flaky or episodic Trumpian statement. It's actually something he has repeated over and over again. So I assume that he means it, that he actually will try to negotiate some sort of deal. If that has a China dimension, it may become very tempting, particularly if those who have to pay for the deal will be the Europeans. And I do not exclude that. Then, of course, what happens if Odessa goes to the Russians? There has been talk, including in France, and reactions to French statements, that maybe there could be troops in Odessa, Western troops in Odessa. This, and I, like James, I don't speak for any government, least of all my own. I think this is highly unlikely as a defense guarantee. The only serious defense guarantee is the one offered by Article 5 of NATO. And it is very difficult to conceive of a unilateral or multilateral European force initiative in Ukraine, which would be acceptable to all Article 5 participants, which for the time being, and I hope for a long time, will continue to include the Americans. So in effect, you always fall back on the NATO issue. Could there be military assistance, including in the form of troops, helping the Ukrainians, much like the Soviets and the Russians have had forces in Cuba, military assistance, non-nuclear, over the decades and the decades, or in Egypt during the Israeli-Egyptian wars, when you had Soviet pilots in that part of the world, and so on. Well, maybe, yes. I don't know. I am not, but this is just about, for me, the maximum of what can reasonably be projected into the future. I don't see much more than that being politically and more importantly, strategically feasible. For you, the Russian interest, of course, in all of this is that if you take back Odessa, and if you still consider that Ukraine has no right to be a state, a people, or a nation, then, of course, you cut off Ukraine from access to the open waters. For Turkey, the interest, of course, is that Odessa should not go to Russia, since this would gravely upset the existing strategic balance, which you mentioned, in the Black Sea. Just a very last point. The expression, what is it, free Black Sea, free and open Black Sea, not a good idea. The Montreux Convention is not free and open. The Montreux Convention regulates the entry and the exit of the Black Sea. And as I put it earlier on, I think that is in our interest. It's better than the alternative, and certainly in this war, much better than the alternative, which would have been a ship-for-ship reinforcement of the Black Sea Fleet while the Ukrainians were trying to sink the ships. They have sunk 1/3 of the ships, so that has reduced the Black Sea Fleet by 1/3. If the Montreux Convention hadn't been around and Turkey had not been implementing it faithfully, that situation would be very different, and Ukraine would presumably not be able to access the global market.
So it is free and open, not free for all, right? So actually a free and open Black Sea is perfectly consistent with the Montreux Convention. So we keep talking about Ukraine, so, but I'll fine. Because I do want to say this, because I do think there's a lesson here for Moldova. I believe that in the short term, what's going to provide the future security of Ukraine is the Ukrainian military and their capacity for self-defense. And I believe that's the only thing that's going to make the difference in the short term. I don't think it's nuclear weapons. I know it sounds like an easy button, but this is just demonstrably nonsense. India and Pakistan have nuclear weapons. They've attacked each other. Israel has nuclear weapons. It's been attacked on 7 fronts. Russia has nuclear weapons. It's been invaded by Ukraine. So this notion that if I have a nuclear weapon, nobody's ever going to invade me with a conventional force, that's demonstrably been proven not true many, many times over. Nuclear weapons are only good for deterring nuclear conflict with another power. And the lesson of the Ukraine war is, if you can't win a conventional war, you don't start a nuclear one. Conversely, if you can win a conventional war, you don't need nuclear weapons. So conventional deterrence is the coin of the realm in Western Europe, I would say, for the next several decades. So it is going to come down to Ukrainians' capacity for self-defense. And self-defense includes a couple of things. One is it's the capacity, because none of it, and the other thing the war has demonstrated is, fighting mass warfare of attrition is really, really hard in the modern world. And ultimately, somebody's going to fail. If not, both sides are going to fail. So the only way you get out of attrition warfare is the capacity for deep strike to attrit the enemy before they cross your border. The other thing is nobody can fight a long war unless you can defend your people and your infrastructure. So air and missile defenses are incredibly important. The other, I think, important lesson of Ukraine is modern politics always, it doesn't even matter if you have an Article 5. Modern politics always has to catch up with the war. And so if Ukraine had not demonstrated a capacity to defend itself in the first days of the war, there would not be a Ukraine today. But because Ukraine defended itself and the political order got its act together somewhat and kicked in, it survived. And so I think this is the lesson that the Baltic states have learned. I think this is the lesson that Poland and Romania have learned, which is it's already the lesson that Finland has learned. You have to demonstrate a capacity to at least defend yourself for some time, to rally other allies to your cause. And you have to have some capacity to protect your population in the conflict. And you have to have some capacity to reach out and slow an attacking enemy to buy more time. So that's what's going to be a successful defense in Ukraine in the future. And I would argue for a state like Moldova, whether you're neutral or in NATO or whatever, these are kind of the fundamental requirements of defense. I think Moldova has to think seriously about the value of conventional deterrence in the future. This is very difficult for a country with no strategic depth and not a lot of money to spend on security. And this is where I think you just have to get incredibly creative. So look, I think air and missile defense, for example, are inherently defensive, regardless of what the Russians say. So there is something that, on a bilateral basis, even outside the context of NATO, where countries can work together to extend an umbrella. If Romania is building out an umbrella to defend its infrastructure, that umbrella can be extended to Moldova. I mean, so these are the kind of things that we have to sit down and get serious about. So I just want to end by saying I was recently in Romania at a conference, and George took us to the Defense University, where they did a war game on how they were going to integrate the future capabilities they were bringing on and what that would do. And what I liked about that was they got the key, the really, really important thing, which is unless we prove that we care about the defense of our own country and demonstrate we can do that, we can't really rely on others, and it has to be credible. And I think that is, for a frontline state, that is the coin of the realm. Maybe not so important for France because I think the Spanish are okay for now. I don't think they're coming. But if you are on the frontier of Western Europe today, I think you have to take self-defense very seriously.
Indeed, we are right, James, because we don't have more an eastern flank, you have an eastern front. And even this comfort of distance disappears because we have this globalization of evil, and we can see how many times we discover in Moldova or in Romania the fragments of Iranian Shahed drones on our soil. And Odessa port is bombed by Russians using North Korean missiles. But this comfort disappears because a cyber attack against Lisbon or Bucharest could have the same effectiveness. And a disinformation campaign targeting Paris, France, or Bucharest, also from Russian side, could have the same importance. Do you want to add something, Francois, please?
Yeah, I'd like to react to something which James was implying. Half of me doesn't come from France. Half of me comes from a very small place, smaller than Moldova. 1/3 of the population of Moldova. It's called Luxembourg. It's surrounded by 3 much larger states, one of them being Germany, which invaded us twice in the 20th century, one being France, which didn't always have benign views on us since they occupied us during the Napoleonic period, and the other one was Belgium, which tried to annex us after the First World War. So it was historically not a friendly neighborhood. But the reality principle is that militarily we could not defend ourselves. It was literally impossible. The show of force in 1940 was 150 guys and with a very loud military band. We still have the military band. Our aid to Ukraine has obviously been militarily trivial. We have been a bit better when it comes to using our networking in the financial realm, since Luxembourg is well known for its financial throw weight, and we managed to buy 10,000 Grad rockets from Pakistan, for example, which I think very few other NATO countries could, a feat which very few other countries could actually have performed. So this sort of thing we know how to do. But a country like Moldova has absolutely no strategic depth. And to pretend that it can put up a strong and convincing show of force, well, I wish it would, and I would wish even more if it could, but I would not normally sort of measure it against that impossible yardstick. Conversely, it must think very hard about the manner in which to integrate its defense with its NATO neighbor. It has only one NATO neighbor, which happens to be Romania. And that, of course, ties into delicate political and cultural issues. But if I were thinking security first, that is where I would be looking. Because today, whatever you may say about Article 5, you know, the Soviets and the Russians have never tried to test it. I am not so sure about their attitude towards what could succeed it. So, you know, before saying that Article 5 is maybe not important, well, you know, beati possidentes, as the Latins would have said, we are fortunate because we have Article 5, and we can say that it's not worth much, except the day when we would no longer have it. So, I think that is the framework in which one should be looking at the events in the Black Sea and their consequences on Moldova.
Of course, it's very interesting, this dialogue.
Just one short thing. First of all, I do think Article 5 is the cornerstone of NATO, and I never was in suggesting that it wasn't important and relevant. It isn't the only tool in the toolkit. No, sure. And here's where we actually completely agree and disagree. Moldova does have strategic depth. It's called Romania. And that's the only way you can really look at conceptualizing some way to create a credible deterrence in Moldova is in the context of Romanian Moldovan security. And the last thing I'm going to say is, what's your alternative? Neutrality is not an alternative. Neutrality is a word which is completely meaningless. It carries nothing.
Didn't work for us.
It, you know, my favorite, so actually I'm a historian by training, and I was in the Army, you know. So Army people just love to study about killing people. I don't know why that is. So I got bored, so I wanted to study about not killing people. So I am the world's leading American expert on the occupation of Austria during World War II, which is crazy, right? That's because I'm like the only one that's ever written on it. But the point is, you know, Austria happily declared their neutrality with the State Treaty. They're very proud of that. You know, at the end of the Cold War, when the Soviet war plans were released, you had all these arrows driving right through Vienna, and that's how much, you know, the Russians really cared about statements of neutrality.
I'm very grateful to both of you for this amazing dialogue between two so important experts, and I think we are so happy to have both of you at Moldova Security Forum. As a Romanian, I fully agree with your opinion, and I think it's necessary, especially if the situation of the Ukrainian battlefield it's worsening and worsening. I think it's necessary how we can better protect the Republic of Moldova. And second, because you gave us some example from history, Francois, I remember that period in 19th century when France fought together with United Kingdom for freedom of navigation in the Black Sea, together with Turks. And I remember that the most peaceful period was after the Crimean War in the Black Sea, and indeed we had at the time a free and open Black Sea. Okay, now I open the floor to questions to the audience. Please raise your hand. Sir, you are the first. Here in the middle, do you have a mic for him? Sir, I give my mic. It's faster, please.
Thank you. I have a question mainly for Monsieur Eisbourg and Mr. Carafano, but feel free to add any comments. Because Monsieur Eisbourg said that neither the Soviets nor the Russians ever attacked a state who was a member of NATO or had nuclear weapons. And officially, you're right, because Russia has never declared an attack on a NATO member. But I wish my question was short, but I need a little bit of context. The context is short. In 2022, when 2 people died in Poland, in Przewodów, which is a village near the border with Ukraine, Russians denied their attack, and Ukrainians said that it was a Russian attack on Poland. Eventually, officially, it was declared that it was a piece of metal from a Ukrainian missile, which was launched to deter a Russian missile. Now, if it were if the Russians actually attacked Poland, and just for you to think that I'm not throwing conspiracy theories, I'd like to back up this theory of Russians attacking a small village in a small place near the border with the people they're actually at war with, is that we have established that they have no limits. When they annexed Crimea, when they went into Ukraine, and when they said that they're ready to use nuclear weapons. And if they have no limits and they've tried to grope and grapple at a NATO member just to see what happens, just to see how far they can extend their hand, what are the means and how exactly can NATO react without triggering Article 5 and, in order to avoid a nuclear disaster and a world war? What can it do if Russia eventually and when Russia eventually attacks a NATO member? Because I think it's a question of when rather than if. Thank you.
No, you go first.
First of all, I take your point. Actually, Russia has been attacking NATO. Matter of fact, NATO leaders just last year said we're getting constant cyber attacks, and we've had intrusions in airspace. So your point's well taken. So my thing is, I actually think, I'm just the optimist here, right? I actually think Europe has demonstrated, and the transatlantic community has demonstrated in the last 10 years, that we're actually fairly resilient against hybrid warfare. And I know we scream about it a lot, but I actually think we can handle that problem. So the real threat to the physical security threat to the stability of Europe and the transatlantic community is conventional war. And my argument is take conventional war off the table by demonstrating a true capacity for the defense of NATO. And I think that that is achievable and sustainable for several decades. And I don't even think Putin can live to be 100. So, we'll see what comes after that. So that would be my response.
Yeah, great question, by the way. Just a little historical background to complete yours. The French and the Americans both lost military officers in East Germany in the framework of the activity of their military liaison committees during the Cold War. So it is not unprecedented that there have been awkward moments, or when the Turks shot down a Russian Sukhoi, when was it, 2015, near the Syrian-Turkish border. So there have been close shaves, but what you'd call a deliberate attempt to enter into hostilities, one has not yet seen vis-à-vis a NATO country from the Soviet Union / Russia. I come down on the same bottom line terms as you do. That is the primacy of investing in conventional warfighting capabilities and the need to ramp up our defense budgets and reorganize our conventional forces in a way which allows them to prevail. But my top line approach may be a bit different. And there's good news and bad news here. The good news for the moment, I touch wood, is that the Russians have in their conduct, not in their statements, been extraordinarily classical when it comes to the implementation of their former nuclear doctrine. I strongly belong to the school which notes that Russian behavior when it comes to nuclear weapons has been, like its Soviet predecessors, extraordinarily closely handled. It's at the end of a very tight leash. That's the good news. And when I've only been able to read part of the new doctrine, which apparently actually simply goes back to the pre-2010 doctrine, which itself resembles the French doctrine, which is, whether that's reassuring or not is another story. But no, seriously, the Russians have tended to be seriozni ljudi when it comes to nukes. The bad news is that this has not been the case of our American friends, who have notably, since Obama, been extraordinarily dismissive of nuclear weapons and thoughtless of nuclear deterrence, to the point that Biden has essentially self-deterred the US at every step of the Ukrainian war, eventually realizing that the only red lines which were around were the ones it had contrived, rather than the Russians. Of course, the Russians have their own red lines. All nuclear powers have their red lines. But you don't make up the red lines of your adversary in his stead. And this is the capital sin which Jake Sullivan and Biden have been committing. And that may induce, or may have induced, a greater degree of recklessness on the Russian side. Because when I listen to the Peskov interpretation of the new Russian doctrine, which is all over the social media and the mainstream media today, I sort of really get worried. Because he is entertaining the thought that a conventional strike could lead to the Russians running the risk of nuclear annihilation, which is sort of absurd when you think about it for 3 seconds. But Peskov appears not to have any sense of the absurd, and we may have to take him seriously. And it's time for the Americans to take care of his daughter, I guess, who is in the United States. There is a problem. Just one caveat on your conclusion, which once again I agree with it. We have the wherewithal, but do we have the time? That's the real problem. Well, the will is something which depends on us. Either we have it or we don't. But the time does not entirely depend on us. The time depends on the initiative of the adversary. The defense industrial situation of Europe, as of the United States, I would add. Look at your shell production. It's even worse than ours. Your anti-tank weaponry, you have depleted your stocks practically to the bottom, and so on and so forth. If the Russians are minded after a victory against Ukraine in 2025, if that's where it goes, I'm not saying it will, but if that's where it goes, a lot depends on how quickly the Russians will want to go into a much smaller operation than the one they had to consent to defeat Ukraine. Because most of the other places close to Russia and Ukraine are much, much smaller than Ukraine. So I would, once again, I agree with your conclusion, but we can't afford to do this in 10 years. We have to start doing it now.
Indeed, you are right. Julian, please.
No, indeed, François already made the update, but today we have seen the new nuclear doctrine of Putin, which is very much proving how Russia is able to adapt to the principle of, any aggressor, not just Russia, can be stopped. Any aggressor would not stop until it is stopped. It's stopped. So basically, one needs to understand that there is no limit to Russia's further interests to apply its own doctrine of de-escalation by escalation, basically. And I think if we don't understand that here in the West more than we here in Moldova, then the situation on the ground won't change. And I think it's interesting to see that this change of doctrine which was made today, it was done a few days after the most unprecedented airstrike which was done on Ukraine on Sunday. We had reaction basically allowing Ukraine to use ATACMS, and today Ukraine has used ATACMS to hit munitions depot in Russia. And we know that there is a new doctrine of Russia basically saying that they can use nuclear strikes over conventional strikes. So it will be interesting to see what will be the response of the West to limit these efforts of Russia, because if Russia is not stopped, Russia will not stop.
Indeed, and I think it's interesting because what's happened in Ukraine and with the new, the changes in the doctrine, it's happened after the phone call of the German Chancellor to Putin. And maybe I think we have capacity to stop these calls. I hope that President Macron will not call him begging to open negotiation, because Putin will continue in his way. Please, François and James, and after we have questions to Sinem from the audience.
On the specific question of use of nuclear in the face of a non-nuclear contingency, let me remind you that NATO has not adopted a no-first-use policy. France has not adopted a no-first-use policy. The United States has not adopted a no-first-use policy. Britain hasn't adopted a no-first-use policy. Neither has Pakistan, well, India is more complicated. The only country which has actually adopted a no-first-use policy, so it says, is China. So the norm amongst nuclear powers is that actually it is the degree of damage which you suffer as a result of an overwhelming attack against your territory, against the functioning of your institutions, and so on, which can eventually lead to the proclamation that your vital interests have been put at stake, and that therefore the nuclear factor comes into play. That is a common factor, and that's why I said the Russian policy actually looks, the doctrine rather, looks a lot like the French doctrine used to look, and still looks, as it was during the Cold War. It's actually very classical. And what counts really is what the Russian evaluation is of the role and the importance of nuclear weapons. And for the moment, at least, they have been, here again, very classical. They respect nuclear weapons. They really do. The Russians track extremely closely all of our nuclear dispositions. When I say our, that means those of the three Western nuclear powers. They take them more seriously than Obama and some of his successors did. You know, when you had incidents which clearly demonstrated a culture which was deteriorating. You don't allow sensitive parts of rockets to be FedExed to the wrong country. You don't smoke pot in a launch control center in a missile silo in North Dakota and so on. These are the sorts of things which nuclear powers tend to pay attention to. Nuclear is the end of the world, and it really is the end of the world. And you don't sort of bargain on the end of the world just because you have lost Kherson. And of course, the Russians didn't do it, and they didn't do it when they lost Liman, and they didn't do it when they were kicked out of Kupiansk, and so on and so forth. They were kicked out of so-called Russian territory, which is part of the Russian territory and the constitution of Russia. No reaction. When we bombed, we the French, we the British, with the Ukrainians, we essentially destroyed the military usefulness of Sebastopol. Russian territory, n'est-ce pas? Did anything happen? Did the Russians escalate? Did they move nukes? Did they open up the silos? No, they didn't. They are careful bastards.
I do want to say, as somebody who's been only dealing on these nuclear issues for 50 years, I took Russian nuclear doctrine much more seriously when it was secret. Then it was, then it was scary. So when they're publicly enunciating doctrine, I actually take that less seriously. And again, maybe I'm wrong, but I look at what's going on now, and I think we're seeing the same thing really on both sides, is I think both sides see the threats of strategic exhaustion and recognize that maybe 2025 is the year, and that an intervention of Donald Trump, not because he's Donald Trump, but because your point is the U.S. has self-deterred so awesomely in this war. They've created space for a lot of people to die for a very long time. If a president comes into office and he says, American power is going to make a difference here, and the people that don't sign up for this are going to suffer the consequences of American power, I think both sides take that really seriously. And if you believe that, then Russians like to negotiate from a position of strength. Everybody likes to negotiate from a position of strength. Now is when you would throw everything in the kitchen sink to try to get the best position possible, whether it is North Korean troops or a nuclear threat or a flood of missiles. Yeah, I think this is all trying to be the strong one standing when people are dragged to the table in 2025. That's what I think where we are. And can I just say, Francois's point about Biden is, and I'm not political, I'm not even a Republican. I think it's so well taken. But the one thing I will say very quickly is, the one thing that actually has changed in the United States since Obama is the credibility and the seriousness of the American strategic deterrent. Obama came into office and basically said we don't really need nuclear weapons. Not only did he abandon net zero at the end of his term, by the time you get to Biden, bipartisan support for nuclear modernization is bipartisan. The triad, commitment to the triad is rock solid. Commitment to strategic missile defense is solid. So I actually think America's going to step up to the plate in the strategic defense realm.
And when President Trump will say it's a red line, it will be not like President Obama in Syria with chemical weapons. A questions for Sinem. Would Turkey accept the establishment of a permanent NATO naval force in the Black Sea, or work with Romania and Bulgaria to establish a common force of the Black Sea NATO states? It's other easy questions to you, Sinem.
I'm receiving all the easy questions. Maybe just 2 words about NATO protection and coming out, this discussion came out of this Poland question and NATO protection. Sorry. I mean, Turkish soil was bombed in 2015, and Turkey asked for NATO protection. Invocation of Article 4, not Article 5 even. And there were a couple of times that when faced with the terrorist attacks, attacks coming from Syria, Turkey tried to get protection from NATO, but failed to do so. I mean, it is always, there are lots of discussions within NATO, Turkey being a member of NATO, I mean, recent discussions on Sweden accession. But there are times that protection, NATO protection, transatlantic protection is not received within the country. So this, I'm mentioning this because you mentioned Turkey. I mean, the topic is Russia, but I just wanted to talk about this NATO protection as well. On the question, would Turkey accept the establishment of a permanent NATO naval force in the Black Sea? I mean, I'm in no position to answer the question would, but I could answer the question should. Turkey's policy in the Black Sea has been, before the war, has been kind of a regional ownership policy. Turkey took the lead in the creation of Black Sea Force. Turkey took the lead in the creation of Black Sea Harmony. So, I mean, Turkey would be happy to have a naval force within the Black Sea, but would it be a NATO force, or would it be a, you know, a small cluster of countries, NATO countries, doing something in the Black Sea? There's an example. Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey created a task force in order to, you know, counter drafting mines in the Black Sea, and this has been successful so far. So 32 countries coming together with a consensus. I mean, you are a NATO expert here, but it's not that easy at times. So cluster of countries creating a task force specifically designed for the job. It can be mines, it can be other types of threats. So this task force has been kind of successful. So my answer would be that instead of a, you know, NATO force, doing something in the Black Sea with a cluster of countries would be a better option. Regional ownership and also sectoral approach would be very beneficial for the Black Sea, rather than all-encompassing policies within a holistic perspective. Let's stick to one by one, maybe. That would be my answer.
I think you are right, and especially, Sinem, you can expand our cooperation from the mining mission to protection of the critical infrastructure in the Black Sea, taking into account the huge interest of Romania and Turkey to develop, exploit our gas resources. We know that Turkey also has good discoveries in gas field, Sakarya, and it's very important also for your security, energy security. The last questions from audience, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Mariana Pristazhnyuk, Ukraine, and my question is more practical. Considering that Romania has very broad discussion in order to adopt national legislation in regarding national security to the current regional tension, I'm wondering, including unmanned aerial vehicles reactions, I'm wondering if Romania considers some options to counteract these vehicles while they approach to Ukraine, maybe to contribute in this way regional security over the national aerospace over Moldova, over Ukraine, because asking this question. Some remains has been found in Moldova, and it's not so much strategical as nuclear doctrine, but it could save some lives. And what is Romanian perception on this? Thank you.
It's interesting because even I'm moderator now, I'm transformed my role in a speaker. Okay, in my humble opinion, I think it's necessary to act because all time Russia is trying to push us and to check our limits. What's happened when they shut down an American MQ Raptor drone in March 23? Nothing, frankly speaking. What's happened on the almost shut down a Polish aircraft, part of Frontex mission over the Black Sea? The next day, EU Commission has decided to stop all missions over the Black Sea, just to not escalate. You have this word to not escalate, okay? And I think in some time with Russia it's necessary to have the language of force. Because our diplomacy, it's interpreted by Russia like a signal of weakness. And you are right. I hope that after the admission of Romanian legislation, the Romanian armed forces will shut down first Shahed drones to send a real signal to Russians that our Romanian airspace, or it's a NATO airspace too, is not a boulevard for Shahed drones from Russian side. Okay, because the time it's almost over, but because we have, this is the last panel, the last questions, but please address the questions to speakers, not to moderators. I have this humble request to you. Do you have other questions to our distinguished speakers? Please use this possibility to have answers from James Carafano or François Hesburgh. Other questions, please? This young guy on the left side, please.
Evening, guys. So I have a question. You have mentioned about the different conflicts and different attacks over the NATO member countries as indirect threats. So I want to ask, how should the EU and NATO respond to Russia targeting Ukrainian ships in NATO waters, like the grain ship hit near Romania on September 12, 2024? Thank you.
It's Gabriel. Gabriel, to mention that this vessel was not targeted on Romanian territorial water. Economic exclusive zone is not covered by Article 5. NATO doesn't have any responsibility to defend economic exclusive zones. This is the reality. NATO has the responsibility to protect and defend territorial water of Romania or Bulgaria or Turkey, but not economic exclusive zone. It's necessary to take into account this aspect.
I'm not sure which one of these works. It's working? Yeah, it's working. If you have an ambiguous or, in terms of status, if you have an ambiguous attack, you respond equally ambiguously. For instance, if it's about a Romanian asset which has encountered Russian fire, Romania can escalate horizontally. It can find some Russian assets which it can deal with. For example, I've only been in this country for 24 hours, for 24 hours, practically to the hour. And what have I learned? I've learned that there was a Russian cruise missile which crossed territory of Moldova. The geolocation put it quite firmly inside of the borders of Moldova, but within reach of Romanian air defenses, as such air defenses had been primed. I learned that a Russian drone crashed not very far away from here today, near the arena. So it seems to me that if you're looking for opportunities to show the Russians that they are not very happy, you actually have opportunities. and you seize them. But that implies also that there is good cooperation, quick cooperation, between the countries concerned, that Romania, Moldova, Ukraine exchange air defense information and so on, and that there is the material wherewithal to send a sharp but limited and in strategic terms ambiguous statement to Russia. That's the way I would think if I were in a strategic planning position in Bucharest or here in Chisinau.
Yeah, I do want to say we should be thinking about ways that enhance strategic deterrence and stability. And it's like being out in the cold. You can never have too many layers. And so one of the things I think we can talk more about is you are not limited to the NATO alliance. Countries in NATO can make other bilateral security alliances. And NATO can't veto that. I mean, the United States has lots of those. Here's the caveat, though, is if you want to have added insurance by adding additional security alliances and guarantees over and above what comes from Article 5, you have to have the capacity to cover your bets. So, and I think, for example, Romania and Moldova is a good example. Nothing precludes Romania and Moldova from having mutual security cooperation. Nothing. And it's not a NATO issue. But for that to happen, Romania has to have confidence in self-defense, in its own self-defense capability. So that's, I think, and this is where people need, I take your point, you know, Moldova cannot stop a massive Russian invasion, but you have to bring things to the table that make you a valuable partner and partner with people that bring something that is the synergy of more than the pieces of the parts. That's the strategic thing. And this is where it is the creativity and boldness to think forward that's really important, and not to throw another bone at my president, but this is not the time to self-deter and to hide and think that the problems of the world are going to go away by ignoring them.
Thank you very much. Very good advice for the next president of Romania, because we have a Romania elections very soon. It's necessary to take into account. Very valuable. Thank you very much. Please.
Just to build on what Francois and James said, Moldova is not at war with Russia in conventional terms. And Moldova doesn't want to be at war with Russia, just like all NATO member countries. But Moldova needs to defend itself. And we have seen over time, and I think over the last few days, we have seen how Russia is challenging our airspace. Okay, with reconnaissance drones or even air missiles passing over our airspace. But I think Moldova needs to protect its airspace. Moldova is not able today to protect its airspace because we don't have air defense systems. It's only last year that Moldova managed to secure air surveillance systems, thanks to France. Moldova wants to acquire air defense systems, and I think that is a priority. But as long as that is not something which would happen today, I think strategic defense implies Romania, and we're looking forward for a strategic decision to be taken in Romania to allow to increase our strategic defense and security partnerships, because Romania is our strategic depth, as James said. I think is in the hands of Romania to be able to protect our air defense space, and I think that is something which is possible sooner or later. It's much better sooner than later. I think that is something that we all understand, and I think that's something which would help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last questions, 1 minute, each of you. Because you represent 3 important NATO countries, Turkey, France, and United States. 2 of them are nuclear power. How your country can better help Republic of Moldova to resist in this very challenging context? I start with Sinem, with Turkey, the most powerful fleet in the Black Sea of NATO.
I mean, supporting Moldova within this geopolitical context, maybe Turkey's role could be the ongoing role of Turkey, ongoing support, critical support for Moldova. I know that economically, trade-wise, and with all infrastructure issues, Turkey is very much involved in Moldova. So this is the best of help. Of course, Turkey is a reliable NATO partner, even though there are ups and downs within this partnership. But as a reliable NATO partner, Turkey has a lot to offer in terms of military. And there's one thing that we couldn't touch upon, but the previous panel was about it, EU process. They're sharing their experiences with the EU. Turkey has a different kind of a story, different kind of a history with the European Union. But with a colleague, Ukrainian colleague of mine, we wrote about the experiences of Turkey EU, Ukraine EU, and there was a lot to share. So the experiences of countries in their EU integration processes could also be significant.
Excellent. François, thank you very much, Sinem.
I simply want to pick up something which James very rightly mentioned earlier on. And I'll use a French expression to give it specific flavor. No, it's a question of flavor. I'm bringing God into the equation. Aide-toi et le ciel t'aidera. Help yourself and the heavens will help you. And that is the bottom line for Europe in general. Whatever happens in the States, and I'm amongst those people who are obviously worried about Donald Trump and his vision of Europe, which is extremely negative. I mean, we should not pretend that he likes Europe. We should not pretend that he has esteem for Europe. We should not pretend that he is going to bend over backwards to help us. He won't. But the fact is that the basic trend of the US is to invest more heavily in relative and in absolute terms in Asia-Pacific, in the Indo-Pacific, than has been the case until now. This is logical. This makes a lot of strategic sense. It's not something nasty, which the US does deliberately at our expense, but we are on notice that we have to help ourselves more than we have had to do so in the past. This is a perfectly valid point, and whether it's made by Trump or Biden or whoever, it actually happens to be true. This is true at the continental level, the EU, Europe, the EU, the European members of NATO, not to mention Canada, which is the worst performer of them all. And it's true, of course, of the countries which are the most directly exposed to the full blast of Russia's war, of invasion against Ukraine, and which threaten to spill over in fairly short order to the neighboring countries, of which Moldova is one. So, yes, please step up. It's, I come from, half of me comes from La Grande Nation, France, as the Germans call us, La Grande Nation. But I'm also from a very small country indeed, and I do know the importance of showing that you are ready to shoulder whatever you can in terms of the burden. Thank you.
Well, lesser minds sometimes think like greater minds. Look, Donald Trump likes to help those who help themselves, and there are parts of Europe he actually loves.
But he's not this guy.
Well, sometimes I don't know. Could you? Sometimes he thinks he is, but yeah, I do think that in all seriousness, that is, what are you bringing to the table, and that's an important question. And here, I think part of the answer is Romania. Romania, to me, I think that's my personal opinion, not necessarily what the new Secretary of Defense is going to say is the three most important countries to NATO are Poland because it's the cornerstone of the frontier, Ukraine because it is a force whether it's in NATO or not, and the third most important country in NATO today is Romania because it is the anchor of both the eastern and the southern flanks. Romania is important. It's an important bilateral partnership with the United States. So the question is Romania is a country I think that automatically gets some interest and attention from the United States. And I think the question is, what do Moldova and Romania bring together at the table? That's something that will get the attention of the United States.
Thank you very much for this very encouraging and supportive messages coming from all the panelists. I'll just come back to what James said at the very beginning. And I like that very much because one of the messages we wanted to send by organizing this forum, Moldova Security Forum, was to say that Moldova has its own agency. And I think the fact that we have assembled this event, it's a symbolic, of course, but we want to make our message very clear. We have our agency and we want to build up our own security with our partners and allies, and I think that even this debate showed how important it is to listen to each other and how important it is to work together. So just I wanted to say that at the end, and thank you very much for all the panelists as well. James, for your intro remarks as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the importance of this forum, because you want to contribute to enhance the security thinking in the Republic of Moldova, and to try to debunk all these negative narratives regarding NATO and NATO's role. On the other hand, you mentioned very well, all three speakers, before the Article 5, it's Article 3, and how you can contribute to our defense and to defense of entire Eastern Front. Third, for me, it's important to understand, and I hope to see that the leaders of our alliance, and especially President of the United States, would be very committed to stop Russian aggressivity, and to not make some mistakes like Prime Minister Chamberlain in 1938, and finally to have not a sustainable ceasefire, but another Munich agreement with all consequences, and we know very well what kind of consequences we had. Because we are in Republic of Moldova and I'm Romanian, you know, in this part of the world, and you mentioned Poland and Baltic states, we still have very bad memories regarding the decision sometime made against us, and the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact is a very good example of this kind of agreement, and its consequences for this part of the world. But I think it's necessary to cooperate, and because we are in Chisinau, to cooperate to better protect Republic of Moldova, because they are under huge pressure from Russian side. And I think all of us, starting with Turkey, with French, United States, Romania, and other our partners, it's important to try to stop Russia and the final conclusion, let's make Russia small again in the Black Sea. I think you can have this capacity. Thank you very much. Let's express our gratitude to our panelists, and let's try together to make small Russia again in the Black Sea. Goodbye. Let's have a picture together.
Yeah, let's do the picture. Yeah. Dear guests, this panel concludes our first day of the forum. Thank you very much for active participation. And tomorrow we will recess in this room in the morning. Sorry? yeah, that's... Tomorrow we will recess in this room for a new start. The first panel will be an ambassadorial panel that will be moderated by one of my colleagues, Vlad Kulminski, and we have EU ambassadors and NATO ambassadors, I mean, EU countries and NATO countries here represented to discuss about security. That panel will set the debate for the further panels. We'll have 3 parallel panels in 3 sessions tomorrow. Some of them will be live streamed, but majority of them will be in Chatham House format. My suggestion is that you already look into the agenda and pick your sessions. But tomorrow we'll come back here and we will start the next day of the forum. But now, just technical requirement: just please leave your headsets at the exit so that we can pick them tomorrow again. Thank you very much.